Thank you for listening to our audiobooks. We do our best to regularly upload quality books with clear narrations. Please subscribe to our channel and click the notification bell icon so we can bring you more great books. Thank you very much and enjoy your audiobook.
The good lady certainly didn't hesitate to ring. She was at me again the next day and I had to rush out to her cottage. Her message was the same as before. She wanted the wonderful injection that would make those pups pop out, and she wanted it right away. Mr. Broomfield hadn't messed about and wasted time like I had. And on the third and fourth and fifth mornings she had me out at Marston examining the little bitch and reciting the same explanations. Things came to a head on the sixth day. In the room at Lilac Cottage the dark eyes held a desperate light as they stared into mine. "I'm about at the end of my tether, young man. I tell you I'll die if anything happens to this dog. I'll die, don't you understand?" "Of course I know how you feel about her, Mrs. Booby. Believe me, I fully understand." "Then why don't you do something?" she snapped. I dug my nails into my palms. "Look, I've told you. A pituitary injection works by contracting the muscular walls of the uterus, so it can only be given when labour has started and the cervix is open. If I find it is indicated, I will do it. But if I give this injection now, it could cause rupture of the uterus. It could cause death." I stopped because I fancied little bubbles were beginning to collect at the corners of my mouth. But I don't think she had listened to a word. She sunk her head in her hands. "All this time, I can't stand it." I was wondering if I could stand much more of it myself. Bulging Yorkshire Terriers had begun to prance through my dreams at night, and I greeted each new day with a silent prayer that the pups had arrived. I held my hand out to Cindy and she crept, reluctantly, towards me. She was heartily sick of this strange man who came every day and squeezed her and stuck fingers into her, and she had submitted again with trembling limbs and frightened eyes to the indignity. "Mrs. Booby," I said, "are you absolutely sure that dog didn't have access to Cindy after the service date you gave me?" She sniffed. "You keep asking me that, and I've been thinking about it. Maybe he did come a week after, now I think on." "Well, that's it then." I spread out my hands. "She's held to the second mating, so she should be due tomorrow." "I would still far rather you would get it over with today like Mr. Broomfield did. It was just a little prick." "But Mrs. Booby, and let me tell you another thing. Me name's not Booby." I clutched at the back of the chair. "It's not?" "No." "Well, what is it then?" "It's Dooley. Dooley." She looked very cross. Right. I stumbled down the garden path and drove away. It was not a happy departure. Next morning I could hardly believe it when there was no call from Marston. Maybe all was well at last. But I turned cold when an urgent call to go to Lilac Cottage was passed on to one of the farms on my round. I was right at the far end of the practice area and was in the middle of a tough carving, and it was well over 3 hours before I got out to the now familiar garden gate. The cottage door was open, and as I ventured up the path a little brown missile hurtled out at me. It was Cindy, but a transformed Cindy, a snarling, barking little bundle of ferocity, and though I recoiled, she fastened her teeth in my trouser cuff and hung on grimly. I was hopping around on one leg trying to shake off the growling little creature when a peal of almost girlish laughter made me look round. Mrs. Dooley, vastly amused, was watching me from the doorway. "My word, she's different since she's had them pups. Just shows what a good little mother she is, guiding them like that." She gazed fondly at the tiny animal dangling from my ankle. "Had the pups?" "Aye. When they said you'd be a long time, I rang Mr. Farnan. He came right away, and do you know, he gave Cindy that injection I've wanted all along. And I tell you, he wasn't right out of garden gate before the pup started. She's had 7. Beauties they are." "Ah, well, that's fine, Mrs. Dooley. Splendid." Siegfried had obviously felt a pup in the passage. I finally managed to rid myself of Cindy, and when her mistress lifted her up, I went into the kitchen to inspect the family. They certainly were grand pups, and I lifted the squawking little morsels one by one from their basket while their mother snarled from Mrs. Dooley's arms like a starving wolfhound. "They're lovely, Mrs. Dooley," I murmured. She looked at me pityingly. "I told you what to do, didn't I? But you wouldn't have it. It only needed a little prick. Oh, that Mr. Farnham's a lovely man. Just like Mr. Broomfield. This was a bit much. But you must realise, Mrs. Dooley, he just happened to arrive at the right time. Now, if I had come... Now, young man, be fair. I'm not blaming you, but some people have had more experience. We all have to learn. She sighed reminiscently. It was just a little prick. Mr. Farnham will show you how to do it. I tell you, he wasn't right out at Garden Gate. Enough is enough. I drew myself up to my full height. Mrs. Dooley. Madam, I said, frigidly. Let me repeat, once and for all. Oh, hoity-toity, don't get on your high horse with me, she exclaimed. We've managed very nicely without you, so don't complain. Her expression became very severe. And one more thing. Me name's not Mrs. Dooley. My brain reeled for a moment. The world seemed to be crumbling about me. What did you say? I said me name's not Mrs. Dooley. It isn't. No! She lifted her left hand, and as I gazed at it dully, I realized it must have been all the mental stress which had prevented me from noticing the total absence of rings. No! She said. It's Miss. Chapter 34. Is this the thing you've been telling me about? I asked. Mr. Wilkin nodded. Aye, that's it. It's always like that. I looked down at the helpless convulsions of the big dog lying at my feet, at the staring eyes, the wildly pedalling limbs. The farmer had told me about the periodic attacks which had begun to affect his sheepdog Jip, but it was coincidence that one should occur when I was on the farm for another reason. And he's all right afterwards, you say? Right as a bobbin. Seems a bit dazed, maybe, for about an hour, then he's back to normal. The farmer shrugged. I've had lots of dogs through my hands, as you know, and I've seen plenty of dogs with fits. I thought I knew all the causes, worms, wrong feeding, distemper, but this has me beat. I've tried everything. Well, you can stop trying, Mr. Wilkin, I said. You won't be able to do much for Jip. He's got epilepsy. Epilepsy? But he's a grand normal dog most of the time. Yes, I know, that's how it goes. There's nothing actually wrong with his brain, it's a mysterious condition. The cause is unknown, but it's almost certainly hereditary. Mr. Wilkin raised his eyebrows. Well, that's a rum un. If it's hereditary, why hasn't it shown up before now? He's nearly 2 years old, and he didn't start this till a few weeks ago. That's typical, I replied. 18 months to 2 years is about the time it usually appears. Jip interrupted us by getting up and staggering towards his master, wagging his tail. He seemed untroubled by his experience. In fact, the whole thing had lasted less than 2 minutes. Mr. Wilkin bent and stroked the rough head briefly. His craggy features were set in a thoughtful cast. He was a big, powerful man in his 40s, and now, as the eyes narrowed in the face that really smiled, he looked almost menacing. I had heard more than one man say he wouldn't like to get on the wrong side of Sep Wilkin, and I could see what they meant. But he had always treated me right, and since he farmed nearly 1,000 acres, I saw quite a lot of him. His passion was sheepdogs. A lot of farmers like to run dogs at the trials, but Mr. Wilkin was one of the top men. He bred and trained dogs, which regularly won at the local events, and occasionally at the national trials. And what was troubling me was that Jip was his main hope. He had picked out the best 2 pups from a litter, Jip and Sweep, and had trained them with a dedication that had made him a winner. I don't think I've ever seen 2 dogs enjoy each other quite so much. Whenever I was on the farm, I could see them together, sometimes peeping nose by nose over the half-door of the loose box where they slept, occasionally slinking devotedly round the feet of their master, but usually just playing together. They must have spent hours rolling about in ecstatic wrestling matches, growling and panting, gnawing gently at each other's limbs. A few months ago, George Crossley, one of Mr. Wilkin's oldest friends and a keen trial man, had lost his best dog with nephritis, and Mr. Wilkin had let him have Sweep. I was surprised at the time because Sweep was shaping better than Jip in his training and looked like turning out a real champion. But it was Jip who remained. He must have missed his friend, but there were other dogs on the farm, and if they didn't quite make up for Sweep, he was never really lonely. As I watched, I could see the dog recovering rapidly. It was extraordinary how soon normality was restored after that frightening convulsion, and I waited with some apprehension to hear what his master would say. The cold, logical decision for him to make would be to have Jip put down, and looking at the friendly, tail-wagging animal, I didn't like the idea at all. There was something very attractive about him. The big-boned, well-marked body was handsome, but his most distinctive feature was his head, where one ear somehow contrived to stick up while the other lay flat, giving him a lopsided comic appeal. Jip, in fact, looked a bit of a clown, but a clown who radiated goodwill and camaraderie. Mr. Wilkin spoke at last. "Will he get any better as he grows older?" "Almost certainly not," I replied. "Then he'll always have these fits?" "I'm afraid so. You say he has them every 2 or 3 weeks. Well, it will probably carry on more or less like that, with occasional variations." "But he could have one any time?" "Yes. In the middle of a trial, like." The farmer sunk his head on his chest and his voice rumbled deep. "Well, that's it, then." In the long silence which followed, the fateful words became more and more inevitable. Sepp Wilkin wasn't the man to hesitate in a matter which concerned his ruling passion. Ruthless culling of any animal which didn't come up to standard would be his policy. When he finally cleared his throat, I had a sinking premonition of what he was going to say. But I was wrong. "If I kept him, could you do anything for him?" he asked. "Well, I could give you some pills for him. They might decrease the frequency of the fits." I tried to keep the eagerness out of my voice. Right, I'll come into surgery and get some," he muttered. "Fine, but, you won't ever breed from him, will you?" I said. No. The farmer grunted with a touch of irritability as though he didn't want to pursue the matter further, and I held my peace because I felt intuitively that he did not want to be detected in a weakness, that he was prepared to keep the dog simply as a pet. It was funny how events began to slot into place and suddenly make sense. That was why he had let Sweep, the superior dog, go. He just liked Jip. In fact, Sepp Wilkin, hard man though he may be, had succumbed to that offbeat charm. So I shifted to some light chatter about the weather as I walked back to the car, but when I was about to drive off, the farmer turned to the main subject. "There's one thing about Jip I never mentioned," he said, bending to the window. "I don't know whether it was out to do with the job or not. He has never barked in his life." I looked at him in surprise. "You mean never? Ever?" "That's right. Not a single bark. T'other dogs make a noise when strangers come onto the farm, but I never heard Jip utter a sound since he was born." "Well, that's very strange," I said. "But I can't see that it is connected with his condition in any way." And as I switched on the engine, I noticed for the first time that while a bitch and 2 half-grown pups gave tongue to see me on my way, Jip merely regarded me in his comradely way, mouth open, tongue lolling, but made no noise. A silent dog. The thing intrigued me. So much so that whenever I was on the farm over the next few months, I made a point of watching the big sheepdog at whatever he was doing. But there was never any change. Between the convulsions, which had settled down to around 3-week intervals, he was a normal, active, happy animal, but soundless. I saw him too in Darrowby when his master came in to market. Jip was often seated comfortably in the back of the car, but if I happened to speak to Mr. Wilkin on these occasions, I kept off the subject because, as I said, I had the feeling that he, more than most farmers, would hate to be exposed in keeping a dog for more than working purposes. And yet I have always entertained a suspicion that most farm dogs are more or less pets. The dogs on sheep farms were, of course, indispensable working animals, and on other establishments they no doubt performed a function in helping to bring in the cows. But watching them on my daily rounds, I often wondered. I saw them rocking along on carts at haytime, chasing rats among the stooks at harvest, pottering around the buildings or roaming the fields at the side of the farmer. And I wondered, what did they really do? My suspicions were strengthened at other times, as when I was trying to round up some cattle into a corner and the dog tried to get into the act by nipping at a hock or tail. There was invariably a hoarse yell of, "Sit down, dog," or "Get out, dog." So, right up to the present day, I still stick to my theory. Most farm dogs are pets, and they are there mainly because the farmer just likes to have them around. You would have to put a farmer on the rack to get him to admit it, but I think I'm right. And in the process, those dogs have a wonderful time. They don't have to beg for walks, they are out all day long and in the company of their masters. If I want to find a man on a farm, I look for his dog, knowing the man won't be far away. I try to give my own dogs a good life, but it cannot compare with the life of the average farm dog. There was a long spell when Sep Wilkin's stock stayed healthy, and I didn't see either him or Jip. Then I came across them both by accident at a sheepdog trial. It was a local event in conjunction with the Mellerton Agricultural Show, and since I was in the district, I decided to steal an hour off. I took Helen with me too, because these trials have always fascinated us. The wonderful control of the owners over their animals, the intense involvement of the dogs themselves, the sheer skill of the whole operation has always held us spellbound. She put her arm through mine as we went in at the entrance gate to where a crescent of cars was drawn up at one end of a long field. The field was on the river's edge, and through a fringe of trees the afternoon sunshine glinted on the tumbling water of the shallows and turned the long beach of bleached stones to a dazzling white. Groups of men, mainly competitors, stood around chatting as they watched. They were quiet, easy, bronzed men, and as they seemed to be drawn from all social strata, from prosperous farmers to working men, their garb was varied. Cloth caps, trilbies, deerstalkers, or no hat at all. Tweed jackets, stiff, best suits, open-neck shirts, fancy ties, sometimes neither collar nor tie. Nearly all of them leant on long crooks with the handles fashioned from ram's horns. Snatches of talk reached us as we walked among them. "You got here then, Fred?" "Oh, that's a good gavy." "Nay, he's missed one, he'll get out for that." "Them sheets a bit flighty." "Aye, they're buggers." And above it all, the whistles of the man running a dog. Every conceivable level and pitch of whistle, with now and then a shout, "Sit! Get by!" Every man had his own way with his dog. The dogs waiting their turn were tied up to a fence with a hedge growing over it. There were about 70 of them, and it was rather wonderful to see that long row of waving tails and friendly expressions. They were mostly strangers to each other, but there wasn't even the semblance of disagreement, never mind a fight. It seemed that the natural obedience of these little creatures was linked to an amicable disposition. This appeared to be common to their owners, too. There was no animosity, no resentment at defeat, no unseemly display of triumph in victory. If a man overran his time, he ushered his group of sheep quietly in the corner and returned with a philosophical grin to his colleagues. There was a little quiet leg-pulling, but that was all. We came across Sep Wilkin leaning against his car at the best vantage point about 30 yards away from the final pen. Jip, tied to the bumper, turned and gave me his crooked grin, while Mrs. Wilkin, on a camp stool by his side, rested a hand on his shoulder. Jip, it seemed, had got under her skin too. Helen went over to speak to her, and I turned to her husband. "Are you running a dog today, Mr. Wilkin?" "No, not this time. Just come to watch. I know a lot of the dogs." I stood near him for a while, watching the competitors in action, breathing in the clean smell of trampled grass and plug tobacco. In front of us, next to the pen, the judge stood by his post. I had been there for about 10 minutes when Mr. Wilkin lifted a pointing finger. "Look who's there." George Crossley, with Sweep trotting at his heels, was making his way unhurriedly to the post. Jip suddenly stiffened and sat up very straight, his cocked ears accentuating the lopsided look. It was many months since he had seen his brother and companion. It seemed unlikely, I thought, that he would remember him. But his interest was clearly intense, and as the judge waved his white handkerchief and the 3 sheep were released from the far corner, he rose slowly to his feet. A gesture from Mr. Crossley sent Sweep winging round the perimeter of the field in a wide, joyous gallop, and as he neared the sheep, a whistle dropped him on his belly. From then on, it was an object lesson in the cooperation of man and dog. Sep Wilkin had always said Sweep would be a champion, and he looked the part, darting and falling at his master's commands, short, piercing whistles, shrill, plaintive whistles. He was in tune with them all. No dog all day had brought his sheep through the 3 lots of gates as effortlessly as Sweep did now. and as he approached the pen near us, it was obvious that he would win the cup unless some disaster struck. But this was the touchy bit. More than once with other dogs, the sheep had broken free and gone bounding away within feet of the wooden rails. George Crossley held the gate wide and extended his crook. You could see now why they all carried these long sticks. His commands to sweep, huddled flat along the turf, were now almost inaudible, but the quiet words brought the dog inching first one way, then the other. The sheep were in the entrance to the pen now, but they still looked around them irresolutely, and the game was not over yet. But as Sweep wriggled towards them, almost imperceptibly, they turned and entered, and Mr. Crossley crashed the gate behind them. As he did so, he turned to Sweep with a happy cry of, "Good lad!" and the dog responded with a quick jerking wag of his tail. At that, Jip, who had been standing very tall, watching every move with the most intense concentration, raised his head and emitted a single, resounding bark. "Row!" went Jip, as we all stared at him in astonishment. "Did you hear that?" gasped Mrs. Wilkin. "Well, by God!" her husband burst out, looking open-mouthed at his dog. Jip didn't seem to be aware that he had done anything unusual. He was too preoccupied by the reunion with his brother, and within seconds the two dogs were rolling around, chewing playfully at each other as of old. I suppose the Wilkins, as well as myself, had the feeling that this event might start Jip barking like any other dog, but it was not to be. 6 years later, I was on the farm and went to the house to get some hot water. As Mrs. Wilkins handed me the bucket, she looked down at Jip, who was basking in the sunshine outside the kitchen window. "There you are, then, funny fella," she said to the dog. I laughed. "Has he ever barked since that day?" Mrs. Wilkins shook her head. "No, he hasn't. Not a sound. I waited a long time, but I know he's not going to do it now." "Oh, well, it's not important. But still, I'll never forget that afternoon at the trial," I said. "Nor will I." She looked at Jip again, and her eyes softened in reminiscence. Poor old lad. 8 years old and only one woof. Chapter 35. Clerical work has never been my strong point, and after an evening of writing letters it was a relief to trot down the stairs from our bed-sitter and stroll across the marketplace to the post office. I had just dropped the letters in the box when a burst of jazz music came over the cobbles from an open doorway, and in an instant I was back in my bachelor days, back to the night of that dance when my courtship of Helen had been progressing badly. The big room at Scaledale House had been full that night. It seemed to me that this room, with its graceful alcoves, high carved ceiling and French windows, lay at the centre of our life in Darrowby. It was where Siegfried, Tristan and I gathered when the day's work was done, toasting our feet by the white wood fireplace with the glass-fronted cupboard on top, talking over the day's events. It was the heart of our bachelor existence, sitting there in a happy stupor, reading, listening to the radio, Tristan usually flipping effortlessly through the Daily Telegraph crossword. It was where Siegfried entertained his friends, and there was a constant stream of them, old and young, male and female. But tonight it was Tristan's turn, and the pack of young people with drinks in their hands were there at his invitation, and they wouldn't need much persuasion. Though just about the opposite of his brother in many ways, he had the same attractiveness which brought the friends running at the crook of a finger. The occasion was the daffodil ball at the Drovers' Arms, and we were dressed in our best. This was a different kind of function from the usual village institute hop, with the farm lads in their big boots and music from a scraping fiddle and piano. It was a proper dance, with a popular local band, Lenny Butterfield and his Hot Shots, and it was an annual affair to herald the arrival of spring. I watched Tristan dispensing the drinks. The bottles of whiskey, gin and sherry which Siegfried kept in the fireplace cupboard had taken some severe punishment, but Tristan himself had been abstemious. An occasional sip from a glass of light ale perhaps, but nothing more. Drinking to him meant the bulk intake of draught bitter. All else was mere vanity and folly. Dainty little glasses were anathema, and even now when I see him at a party where everybody is holding small drinks, Tristan somehow contrives to have a pint in his hand. "Nice little gathering, Jim," he said, appearing at my elbow. "A few more blokes than girls, but that won't matter much." I eyed him coldly. I knew why there were extra men. It was so that Tristan wouldn't have to take the floor too often. It fitted in with his general dislike of squandering energy that he was an unenthusiastic dancer. He didn't mind walking a girl round the floor now and again during the evening, but he preferred to spend most of the time in the bar. So, in fact, did a lot of the Darrowby folk. When we arrived at the Drovers, the bar was congested, while only a dedicated few circled round the ballroom. But, as time went on, more and more couples ventured out, and by 10 o'clock the dance floor was truly packed. And I soon found I was enjoying myself. Tristan's friends were an effervescent bunch, likeable young men and attractive girls. I just couldn't help having a good time. Butterfield's famed band, in their short red jackets, added greatly to the general merriment. Lenny himself looked about 55, and indeed all four of the Hot Shots ensemble were rather elderly, but they made up for their grey hairs by sheer vivacity. Not that Lenny's hair was grey. It was dyed a determined black, and he thumped the piano with dynamic energy, beaming out at the company through his horn-rimmed glasses, occasionally bawling a chorus into the microphone by his side, announcing the dances, making throaty wisecracks. He gave value for money. There was no pairing off in our party, and I danced with all the girls in turn. At the peak of the evening, I was jockeying my way round the floor with Daphne, and the way she was constructed made it a rewarding experience. I never had been one for skinny women, but I suppose you could say that Daphne's development had strayed a little too far in the other direction. She wasn't fat, but lavishly endowed. Battling through the crush, colliding with exuberant neighbours, bouncing deliciously off Daphne with everybody singing as they danced and the Hot Shots pouring out an insistent boom-boom beat, I felt I hadn't a care in the world. And then I saw Helen. She was dancing with the inevitable Richard Edmondson, his shining gold head floating above the company like an emblem of doom. And it was uncanny how in an instant my cosy little world disintegrated, leaving a chill, gnawing emptiness. When the music stopped, I returned Daphne to her friends and went to find Tristan. The comfortable little bar in the Drovers was overflowing, and the temperature was like an oven. Through an almost impenetrable fog of cigarette smoke, I discerned my colleague on a high stool holding court with a group of perspiring revellers. Tristan himself looked cool and, as always, profoundly content. He drained his glass, smacked his lips gently as though it had been the best pint of bitter he'd ever tasted, and then, as he reached across the counter and courteously requested a refill, he spotted me struggling towards him. When I reached his stool, he laid an affable hand on my shoulder. "Ah, Jim, nice to see you. Splendid dance this, don't you think?" I didn't bring up the fact that I hadn't seen him on the floor yet, but making my voice casual, I mentioned that Helen was there. Tristan nodded benignly. "Yes, saw her come in. Why don't you go and dance with her?" "I can't do that. She's with a partner, young Edmondson." "Not at all." Tristan surveyed his fresh pint with a critical eye and took an exploratory sip. "She's with a party like us. No partner." "Well, how do you know that?" "I watched all the fellows hang their coats out while the girls went upstairs. No reason at all why you shouldn't have a dance with her." "Oh, I see." I hesitated for a few moments, then made my way back to the ballroom. But it wasn't as easy as that. I had to keep doing my duty with the girls in our group, and whenever I headed for Helen, she was whisked away by one of her men friends before I got near her. At times I fancied she was looking over at me, but I couldn't be sure. The only thing I knew for certain was that I wasn't enjoying myself anymore. The magic and gaiety had gone, and I felt a rising misery at the thought that this was going to be another of my frustrating contacts with Helen, when all I could do was look at her hopelessly. Only this time was worse. I hadn't even spoken to her. I was almost relieved when the manager came and told me there was a call for me. I went to the phone and spoke to Mrs. Hall. There was a bitch in trouble, whelping, so I had to go. I looked at my watch. After midnight. So that was the end of the dance for me. I stood for a moment listening to the muffled thudding from the dance floor, then slowly pulled on my coat before going in to say goodbye to Tristan's friends. I exchanged a few words with them, waved, then turned back and pushed the swing door open. Helen was standing there about a foot away from me. Her hand was on the door too. I didn't wonder whether she was going in or out, but stared dumbly into her smiling blue eyes. "Leaving already, Jim?" she said. Yes, I've got a call, I'm afraid." "Oh, what a shame. I hope it's nothing very serious." I opened my mouth to speak, but her dark beauty and the very nearness of her suddenly filled my world, and a wave of hopeless longing swept over and submerged me. I slid my hand a few inches down the door and gripped hers as a drowning man might, and wonderingly I felt her fingers come round and entwine themselves tightly in mine. And in an instant there was no band, no noise, no people, just the two of us standing very close in the doorway. "Come with me," I said. Helen's eyes were very large as she smiled that smile I knew so well. "I'll get my coat," she murmured. This wasn't really me, I thought, standing on the hall carpet watching Helen trotting quickly up the stairs, but I had to believe it as she reappeared on the landing pulling on her coat. Outside on the cobbles of the marketplace, my car too appeared to be taken by surprise because it roared into life at the first touch of the starter. I had to go back to the surgery for my whelping instruments, and in the silent, moonlit street we got out and opened the big white door to Skeldale House. And once in the passage it was the most natural thing in the world to take her in my arms and kiss her gratefully and unhurriedly. I had waited a long time for this, and the minutes flowed past unnoticed as we stood there, our feet on the black and red 18th century tiles, our heads almost touching the vast picture of the death of Nelson which dominated the entrance. We kissed again at the first bend of the passage under the companion picture of the meeting of Wellington and Blucher at Waterloo. We kissed at the second bend by the tall cupboard where Siegfried kept his riding coats and boots. We kissed in the dispensary in between searching for my instruments. Then we tried it out in the garden, and this was the best of all, with the flowers still expectant in the moonlight, and the fragrance of the moist earth and grass rising about us. I have never driven so slowly to a case. About 10 miles an hour, with Helen's head on my shoulder, and all the scents of spring drifting in through the open window. And it was like sailing from stormy seas into a sweet, safe harbour, like coming home. The light in the cottage window was the only one showing in the sleeping village, and when I knocked at the door, Bert Chapman answered. Bert was a council roadman, one of the breed for whom I felt an abiding affinity. The council men were my brethren of the roads. Like me, they spent most of their lives on the lonely byways around Darrowby, and I saw them most days of the week, repairing the tarmac, cutting back the grass verges in the summer, gritting and snow-ploughing in the winter. And when they spotted me driving past, they would grin cheerfully and wave as if the very sight of me had made their day. I don't know whether they were specially picked for good nature, but I don't think I have ever met a more equable body of men. One old farmer remarked sourly to me once, "There's no wonder the buggers are happy, they've got naught to do." An exaggeration, of course, but I knew how he felt. Compared with farming, every other job was easy. I had seen Bert Chapman just a day or two ago, sitting on a grassy bank, his shovel by his side, a vast sandwich in his hand. He had raised a corded forearm in salute, a broad smile bisecting his round, sun-reddened face. He had looked eternally carefree, but tonight his smile was strained. "Look, I'm sorry to bother you this late, Mr. Herriot," he said as he ushered us into the house, "but I'm getting a bit worried about Susie. Her pups are due, and she's been making a bed for them and messing about all day, but now it's happened. I was going to leave her till morning, but about midnight she started panting like hell. I don't like the look of her." Susie was one of my regular patients. Her big, burly master was always bringing her to the surgery, a little shamefaced at his solicitude, and when I saw him sitting in the waiting room looking strangely out of place among the ladies with their pets, he usually said, "Mrs. asked me to bring Susie." But it was a transparent excuse. "She's not but a little mongrel, but very faithful," Bert said, still apologetic, but I could understand how he felt about Susie, a shaggy little ragamuffin whose only wile was to put her paws on my knees and laugh up into my face with her tail lashing. I found her irresistible. But she was a very different character tonight. As we went into the living room of the cottage, the little animal crept from her basket, gave a single, indeterminate wag of her tail, then stood miserably in the middle of the floor, her ribs heaving. As I bent to examine her, she turned a wide, panting mouth and anxious eyes up to me. I ran my hand over her abdomen. I don't think I have ever felt a more bloated little dog. She was as round as a football, absolutely bulging with pups, ready to pop, but nothing was happening. What do you think? Bert's face was haggard under his sunburn, and he touched the dog's head briefly with a big, calloused hand. I don't know yet, Bert, I said. I'll have to have a feel inside. Bring me some hot water, will you? I added some antiseptic to the water, soaped my hand, and with one finger carefully explored the vagina. There was a pup there, all right. My fingertip brushed across the nostrils, the tiny mouth and tongue, but he was jammed in that passage like a cork in a bottle. Squatting back on my heels, I turned to the Chapmans. I'm afraid there's a big pup stuck fast. I have a feeling that if we could get rid of this chap, the others would come away. They'd probably be smaller. Is there any way of shifting him, Mr. Herriot? Bert asked. I paused for a moment. I'm going to put forceps on his head and see if he'll move. I don't like using forceps, but I'm going to have one careful try, and if it doesn't work, I'll have to take her back to the surgery for a cesarean. An operation? Bert said hollowly. He gulped and glanced fearfully at his wife. Like many big men, he had married a tiny woman. And at this moment, Mrs. Chapman looked even smaller than her 4 foot 11 inches, as she huddled in her chair and stared at me with wide eyes. Oh, I wish we'd never had her mated, she wailed, wringing her hands. I told Bert 5 years old was too late for her first litter, but he wouldn't listen, and now I made me going to lose her. I hastened to reassure her. No, she isn't too old, and everything may be all right. Just let's see how we get on, eh? I boiled the instrument for a few minutes on the stove, then knelt behind my patient again. I poised the forceps for a moment, and at a flash of steel a grey tinge crept under Bert's sunburn, and his wife coiled herself into a ball in a chair. Obviously they were non-starters as assistants, so Helen held Susie's head while I once more reached in towards the pup. There was desperately little room, but I managed to direct the forceps along my finger till they touched the nose. Then, very gingerly, I opened the jaws and pushed them forward with the very gentlest pressure until I was able to clamp them onto either side of the head. I'd soon know now. In a situation like this, you can't do any pulling, and you can only try to ease the thing along. This I did, and I fancied I felt just a bit of movement. I tried again, and there was no doubt about it, the pup was coming towards me. Susie, too, appeared to sense that things were taking a turn for the better. She cast off her apathy and began to strain lustily. It was no trouble after that, and I was able to draw the pup forth almost without resistance. I'm afraid this one will be dead, I said, and as the tiny creature lay across my palm there was no sign of breathing. But, pinching the chest between thumb and forefinger, I could feel the heart pulsing steadily, and I quickly opened his mouth and blew softly down into his lungs. I repeated this a few times, then laid the pup on his side in the basket. I was just thinking it was going to be no good when the little ribcage gave a sudden lift, then another, and another. "He's off!" Bert exclaimed happily. "That's champion. We want these puppies alive, I know. They're by Jack Dennison's terrier, and he's a grand un." "That's right," Mrs. Chapman put in. "No matter how many she has, they're all spoken for. Everybody wants a pup out of Susie." "I can believe that," I said. But I smiled to myself. Jack Dennison's terrier was another hound of uncertain ancestry, so this lot would be a right mixture, but none the worse for that. I gave Susie half a cc of pituitrin. "I think she needs it after pushing against that fellow for hours. We'll wait and see what happens now." And it was nice waiting. Mrs. Chapman brewed a pot of tea and began to slap butter on to homemade scones. Susie, partly aided by my pituitrin, pushed out a pup in a self-satisfied manner about every 15 minutes. The pups themselves soon set up a bawling of surprising volume for such minute creatures. Bert, relaxing visibly with every minute, filled his pipe and regarded the fast-growing family with a grin of increasing width. "Eh, it is kind of you young folk to stay with us like this." Mrs. Chapman put her head on one side and looked at us worriedly. "I should think you've been dying to get back to your dance all this time." I thought of the crush that drove us. The smoke, the heat, the non-stop boom-boom of the hot shots. And I looked around the peaceful little room with the old-fashioned black grate, the low varnished beams, Mrs. Chapman's sewing box, the row of Bert's pipes on the wall. I took a firmer grasp of Helen's hands, which I'd been holding out of the table for the last hour. "Not at all, Mrs. Chapman," I said. "We haven't missed it in the least. And I have never been more sincere." It must have been about 2:30 when I finally decided that Susie had finished. She had 6 fine pups, which was a good score for a little thing like her, and the noise had abated as the family settled down to feast on her abundant udder. I lifted the pups out one by one and examined them. Susie didn't mind in the least, but appeared to be smiling with modest pride as I handled her brood. When I put them back with her, she inspected them, sniffed them over busily before rolling onto her side again. "3 dogs and 3 bitches," I said. "It's a nice even litter." Before leaving, I took Susie from her basket and palpated her abdomen. The degree of deflation was almost unbelievable. A pricked balloon could not have altered its shape more spectacularly, and she had made a remarkable metamorphosis to the lean, scruffy little extrovert I knew so well. When I released her, she scurried back and curled herself round her family, who were soon sucking away with total absorption. Bert laughed. "She's fair cat with them pups." He bent over and prodded the first arrival with a horny forefinger. "I like the look of this big dog pup. I reckon we'll keep this for ourselves, Mother. It'll be company for Towd Lass." It was time to go. Helen and I moved over to the door, and little Mrs. Chapman, with her fingers on the handle, looked up at me. "Well, Mr. Herriot," she said, "I can't thank you enough for coming out and putting our minds at rest. I don't know what I'd have done with this man of mine if anything had happened to his little dog." Bert grinned sheepishly. "Nay," he muttered. "I was never really worried." His wife laughed and opened the door, and as we stepped out into the silent, scented night, she gripped my arm and looked up at me roguishly. "I suppose this is your young lady," she said. I put my arm round Helen's shoulders. "Yes," I said firmly. "This is my young lady." Chapter 36. A full surgery. But the ripple of satisfaction as I surveyed the packed rows of heads waned quickly as realization dawned. It was only the Dimmocks again. I first encountered the Dimmocks one evening when I had a call to a dog which had been knocked down by a car. The address was down in the old part of the town, and I was cruising slowly along the row of decaying cottages looking for the number when a door burst open and 3 shock-headed little children ran into the street and waved me down frantically. "He's in here, mister!" they gasped in unison as I got out, and they began impatiently to put me in the picture. "It's Bonzo! Aye, a car hit him. We had to carry him in, mister." They all got their words in as I opened the garden gate and struggled up the path, with the 3 of them hanging on to my arms and tugging at my coat. And en route I gazed in wonder at the window of the house, where a mass of other young faces mouthed at me, and a tangle of arms gesticulated. Once through the door, which opened directly into the living room, I was swamped by a rush of bodies and borne over to the corner where I saw my patient. Bonzo was sitting upright on a ragged blanket. He was a large, shaggy animal, of indeterminate breed, and though at a glance there didn't seem to be much ailing him, he wore a pathetic expression of self-pity. Since everybody was talking at once, I decided to ignore them and carry out my examination. I worked my way over legs, pelvis, ribs, and spine. No fractures. His mucous membranes were a good colour. There was no evidence of internal injury. In fact, the only thing I could find was slight bruising over the left shoulder. Bonzo had sat like a statue as I felt over him, but as I finished he toppled over onto his side and lay looking at me apologetically, his tail thumping on the blanket. "You're a big, soft dog, that's what you are," I said, and the tail thumped faster. I turned and viewed the throng, and after a moment or two managed to pick out the parents. Mum was fighting her way to the front, while at the rear Dad, a diminutive figure, was beaming at me over their heads. I did a bit of shushing, and when the babel died down I addressed myself to Mrs. Dimmock. "I think he's been lucky," I said. "I can't find any serious injury. I think the car must have bowled him over and knocked the wind out of him for a minute, or he may have been suffering from shock." The uproar broke out again. Will he die, mister? What's the matter with him? What are you going to do? I gave Bonzo an injection of a mild sedative, while he lay, rigid, a picture of canine suffering, with the tousled heads looking down at him, with deep concern, and innumerable little hands poking out and caressing him. Mrs. Dimmock produced a basin of hot water, and while I washed my hands, I was able to make a rough assessment of the household. I counted 11 little Dimmocks, from a boy in his early teens down to a grubby-faced infant crawling around the floor, and judging by the significant bulge in Mum's midriff, the number was soon to be augmented. They were clad in a motley selection of hand-me-downs, darned pullovers, patched trousers, tattered dresses, yet the general atmosphere in the house was of unconfined joie de vivre. Bonzo wasn't the only animal, and I stared in disbelief as another biggish dog and a cat with 2 half-grown kittens appeared from among the crowding legs and feet. I would have thought that the problem of filling the human mouths would have been difficult enough without importing several animals. But the Dimmocks didn't worry about such things. They did what they wanted to do, and they got by. Dad, I learnt later, had never done any work within living memory. He had a bad back, and lived what seemed to me a reasonably gracious life, roaming interestedly around the town by day and enjoying a quiet beer and a game of dominoes in the corner of the Four Horseshoes by night. I saw him quite often. He was easy to pick out because he invariably carried a walking stick which gave him an air of dignity, and he always walked briskly and purposefully as though he were going somewhere important. I took a final look at Bonzo still stretched on the blanket, looking up at me with soulful eyes, then I struggled towards the door. "I don't think there's anything to worry about," I shouted above the chattering, which had speedily broken out again, "but I'll look in tomorrow and make sure." When I drew up outside the house next morning, I could see Bonzo lolloping around the garden with several of the children. They were passing a ball from one to the other, and he was leaping ecstatically high in the air to try to intercept it. He was clearly none the worse for his accident, but when he saw me opening the gate, his tail went down, and he dropped almost to his knees and slunk into the house. The children received me rapturously. "You've made him better, mister. He's all right now, isn't he? He's had a right big breakfast this morning, mister." I went inside with little hands clutching at my coat. Bonzo was sitting bolt upright on his blanket in the same attitude as the previous evening, but as I approached, he slowly collapsed onto his side and lay looking up at me with a martyred expression. I laughed as I knelt by him. "You're the original old soldier, Bonzo, but you can't fool me. I saw you out there." I gently touched the bruised shoulder, and the big dog tremblingly closed his eyes as he resigned himself to his fate. Then, when I stood up and he realized he wasn't going to have another injection, he leapt to his feet and bounded away into the garden. There was a chorus of delighted cries from the Dimmocks, and they turned and looked at me with undisguised admiration. Clearly, they considered that I had plucked Bonzo from the jaws of death. Mr. Dimmock stepped forward from the mass. "You'll send me a bill, won't you?" he said, with the dignity that was peculiar to him. My first glance last night had decided me that this was a no-charging job, and I hadn't even written it in the book, but I nodded solemnly. "Very well, Mr. Dimmock. I'll do that." And throughout our long association, though no money ever changed hands, he always said the same thing. "You'll send me the bill, won't you?" This was the beginning of my close relationship with the Dimmocks. Over the succeeding weeks and months they brought in a varied selection of dogs, cats, budgies, rabbits at frequent intervals, and when they found that my services were free, they stepped up the number of visits. And when one came, they all came. I was anxiously trying to expand the small animal side of the practice, and increasingly my hopes were raised momentarily, then dashed, when I opened the door and saw a packed waiting room. And it increased the congestion when they started bringing their auntie, Mrs. Pounder, from down the road with them, to see what a nice chap I was. Mrs. Pounder, a fat lady who always wore a greasy velour hat perched on an untidy mound of hair, evidently shared the family tendency to fertility, and usually brought a few of her own ample brood with her. That is how it was this particular morning. I swept the assembled company with my eye, but could discern only beaming Dimmocks and Pounders, and this time I couldn't even pick out my patient. Then the assembly parted and spread out as though by prearranged signal, and I saw little Nellie Dimmock with a tiny puppy on her knee. Nellie was my favourite. Mind you, I liked all the family. In fact, they were such nice people that I always enjoyed their visits after that first disappointment. Mum and Dad were always courteous and cheerful, and the children, though boisterous, were never ill-mannered, They were happy and friendly, and if they saw me in the street, they would wave madly and go on waving till I was out of sight. And I saw them often because they were continually scurrying round the town doing odd jobs, delivering milk or papers. Best of all, they loved their animals and were kind to them. But, as I say, Nellie was my favourite. She was about 9, and had suffered an attack of infantile paralysis, as it used to be called, when very young. It had left her with a pronounced limp and a frailty which set her apart from her robust brothers and sisters. Her painfully thin legs seemed almost too fragile to carry her round, but above the pinched face her hair, the colour of ripe corn, flowed to her shoulders, and her eyes, though slightly crossed, gazed out calm and limpid blue through steel-rimmed spectacles. "What's that you've got, Nellie?" I asked. "It's a little dog," she almost whispered. "He's mine." "You mean he's your very own?" She nodded proudly. "Aye, he's mine." "He doesn't belong to your brothers and sisters too?" "No, he's mine." Rows of Dimmock and Pounder heads nodded in eager acquiescence as Nellie lifted the puppy to her cheek and looked up at me with a smile of strange sweetness. It was a smile that always tugged at my heart, full of a child's artless happiness and trust, but with something else which was poignant and maybe had to do with the way Nellie was. "Well, he looks a fine dog to me," I said. "He's a spaniel, isn't he?" She ran a hand over the little head. "Aye, a cocker. Mr. Brown said he was a cocker." There was a slight disturbance at the back, and Mr. Dimmock appeared from the crush. He gave a respectful cough. "He's a proper purebred, Mr. Herriot," he said. "Mr. Brown from the Banks bitch had a litter, and he gave this in to Nellie." He tucked his stick under his arm and pulled a long envelope from an inside pocket. He handed it to me with a flourish. "That's his pedigree." I read it through and whistled softly. "He's a real blue-blooded hound, all right, and I see he's got a big long name. Darrowby Tobias III. My word, that sounds great." I looked down at the little girl again. "And what do you call him, Nellie?" "Toby," she said softly. "I calls him Toby." I laughed. "All right, then. What's the matter with Toby, anyway? Why have you brought him?" "He's been sick, Mr. Herriot." Mrs. Dimmock spoke from somewhere among the heads. "He can't keep nothing down." "Well, I know what that'll be. Has he been wormed?" "No, I don't think so." "I should think he just needs a pill," I said. "But bring him through and I'll have a look at him." Other clients were usually content to send one representative through with their animals, but the Dimmocks all had to come. I marched along with the crowd behind me, filling the passage from wall to wall. Our consulting-cum-operating room was quite small, and I watched with some apprehension as the procession filed in after me. But they all got in, Mrs. Pounder, her velour hat slightly askew, squeezing herself in with some difficulty at the rear. My examination of the puppy took longer than usual, as I had to fight my way to the thermometer on the trolley, then struggle in the other direction to get the stethoscope from its hook on the wall. But I finished at last. "Well, I can't find anything wrong with him," I said. "So I'm pretty sure he just has a tummy full of worms. I'll give you a pill now, and you must give it to him first thing tomorrow morning." Like a football match turning out, the mass of people surged along the passage and into the street, and another Dimmock visit had come to an end. I forgot the incident immediately because there was nothing unusual about it. The pot-bellied appearance of the puppy made my diagnosis a formality. I didn't expect to see him again. But I was wrong. A week later my surgery was once more overflowing, and I had another squashed-in session with Toby in the little back room. My pill had evacuated a few worms, but he was still vomiting, still distended. "Are you giving him 5 very small meals a day, as I told you?" I asked. I received emphatic affirmative, and I believed them. The Dimmocks really took care of their animals. There was something else here, yet I couldn't find it. Temperature normal, lungs clear, abdomen negative on palpation. I couldn't make it out. I dispensed a bottle of our antacid mixture with a feeling of defeat. A young puppy like this shouldn't need such a thing. This was the beginning of a frustrating period. There would be a span of 2 or 3 weeks when I would think the trouble had righted itself. Then, without warning, the place would be full of Dimmocks and Pounders, and I'd be back where I started. And all the time, Toby was growing thinner. I tried everything. gastric sedatives, variations of diet, quack remedies. I interrogated the Dimmocks repeatedly about the character of the vomiting. How long after eating, what were the intervals between, and I received varying replies. Sometimes he brought his food straight back, at others he retained it for several hours. I got nowhere. It must have been over 8 weeks later. Toby would be about 4 months old, when I again viewed the assembled Dimmocks with a sinking heart. Their visits had become depressing affairs, and I could not foresee anything better today as I opened the waiting-room door and allowed myself to be almost carried along the passage. This time it was Dad who was the last to wedge himself into the consulting room. Then Nellie placed the little dog on the table. I felt an inward lurch of sheer misery. Toby had grown despite his disability, and was now a grim caricature of a cocker-spaniel, the long silky ears drooping from an almost fleshless skull, the spindly legs pathetically feathered. I had thought Nellie was thin, but her pet had outdone her. And he wasn't just thin. He was trembling slightly as he stood arch-backed on the smooth surface, and his face had the dull inward look of an animal which had lost interest. The little girl ran her hand along the jutting ribs, and the pale, squinting eyes looked up at me through the steel spectacles with that smile which pulled at me more painfully than ever before. She didn't seem worried. Probably she had no idea how things were, but whether she had or not, I knew I'd never be able to tell her that her dog was slowly dying. I rubbed my eyes wearily. "What has she had to eat today?" Nellie answered herself. "He's had some bread and milk." "How long ago was that?" I asked. But before anybody could reply, the little dog vomited, sending the half-digested stomach contents soaring in a graceful arc to land 2 feet away on the table. I swung round on Mrs. Dimmock. "Does he always do it like that?" "Ah, he mostly does. Sends it flying out like." "But why didn't you tell me?" The poor lady looked flustered. "Well, I don't know, I held up a hand. "That's all right, Mrs. Dimmock, never mind." It occurred to me that all the way through my totally ineffectual treatment of this dog, not a single Dimmock or Pounder had uttered a word of criticism, so why should I start to complain now? But I knew what Toby's trouble was now. At last, at long last, I knew. And in case my present-day colleagues reading this may think I had been more than usually thick-headed in my handling of the case, I would like to offer in my defence that such limited textbooks as there were in those days made only a cursory reference to pyloric stenosis, narrowing of the exit of the stomach where it joins the small intestine, and if they did, they said nothing about treatment. But surely, I thought, somebody in England was ahead of the books. There must be people who were actually doing this operation, and if there were, I had a feeling one might be not too far away. I worked my way through the crush and trotted along the passage to the phone. "Is that you, Granville?" "Jim!" A bellow of pure, unalloyed joy. "How are you, laddie?" "Very well. How are you?" "Absolutely tip-top, old son. Never better." "Granville, I've got a 4-month-old spaniel pup I'd like to bring through to you. It's got pyloric stenosis." "Oh, lovely. I'm afraid the little thing's just about on its last legs. A bag of bones. Splendid, splendid. This is because I've been mucking about for 4 weeks in ignorance." "Fine, just fine." "And the owners are a very poor family. They can't pay anything, I'm afraid." "Wonderful." I hesitated a moment. "Granville, you have operated on these cases before." "Did 5 yesterday." "What?" A deep rumble of laughter. "I do but jest, old son, but you needn't worry. I've done a few, and it isn't such a bad job." "Well, that's great." I looked at my watch. "It's 9:30 now. I'll get Siegfried to take over my morning round, and I'll see you before 11. Chapter 37. Granville had been called out when I arrived, and I hung around his surgery till I heard the expensive sound of the Bentley purring into the yard. Through the window I saw yet another magnificent pipe glinting behind the wheel. Then my colleague, in an impeccable pinstriped suit which made him look like the director of the Bank of England, paced majestically towards the side door. "Good to see you, Jim," he exclaimed, wringing my hand warmly. Then, before removing his jacket, he took his pipe from his mouth and regarded it with a trace of anxiety for a second before giving it a polish with his yellow cloth and placing it tenderly in a drawer. It wasn't long before I was under the lamp in the operating room, bending over Toby's small, outstretched form, while Granville, the other Granville Bennett, worked with fierce concentration inside the abdomen of the little animal. "You see the gross gastric dilatation," he murmured. "Classical lesion." He gripped the pylorus and poised his scalpel. "Now I'm going through the serous coat. A quick, deft incision. A bit of blunt dissection here for the muscle fibres. Down, down, a little more. Ah! There it is, can you see it? The mucosa bulging into the cleft. Yes, yes. Just right. That's what you've got to arrive at." I peered down at the tiny tube which had been the site of all Toby's troubles. "Is that all, then?" "That's all, laddie." He stepped back with a grin. "The obstruction is relieved now, and you can take bets that this little chap will start to put weight on now." "That's wonderful, Granville. I'm really grateful." "Nonsense, Jim. It was a pleasure. You can do the next one yourself now." He laughed, seized needle and sutures, and sewed up the abdominal muscles and skin at an impossible pace. A few minutes later he was in his office, pulling on his jacket, and as he filled his pipe he turned to me. "I've got a little plan for the rest of the morning, laddie." I shrank away from him and threw up a protective hand. "Well now, it's kind of you, Granville, but I honestly must get back. We're very busy, you know. Can't leave Siegfried too long. Work'll pile up." I stopped because I felt I was beginning to gibber. My colleague looked wounded. "All I meant, old son, was that we want you to come to lunch. Zoe is expecting you." Oh, I see. Well, that's very kind. We're not going, anywhere else, then?" "Anywhere else?" He blew out his cheeks and spread his arms wide. "Of course not. I just have to call in at my branch surgery on the way." "Branch surgery? I didn't know you had one." "Oh, yes, just a stone's throw from my house." He put an arm round my shoulders. "Well, let's go, shall we?" As I lay back, cradled in the Bentley's luxury, I dwelt happily at the thought that at last I was going to meet Zoe Bennett when I was my normal self. She would learn this time that I wasn't a perpetually drunken oaf. In fact, the next hour or two seemed full of rosy promise. An excellent lunch, illumined by my witty conversation and polished manners, then back with Toby, majestically resuscitated, to Darrowby. I smiled to myself when I thought of Nellie's face when I told her pet was going to be able to eat and grow strong and playful like any other pup. I was still smiling when the car pulled up on the outskirts of Granville's home village. I glanced idly through the window at a low stone building with leaded panes and a wooden sign dangling over the entrance. It read, "Old Oak Tree Inn." I turned quickly to my companion. "I thought we were going to your branch surgery." Granville gave me a smile of childish innocence. "Oh, that's what I call this place. It's so near home, and I transact quite a lot of business here." He patted my knee. "We'll just pop in for an appetizer, eh? Now, wait a minute," I stammered, gripping the sides of my seat tightly. "I just can't be late today. I'd much rather—" Granville raised a hand. "Jim, laddie, we won't be in for long." He looked at his watch. "It's exactly 12:30, and I promised Zoe we'd be home by 1 o'clock. She's cooking roast beef and Yorkshire pudding, and it would take a braver man than me to let her pudding go flat. I guarantee we'll be in that house at 1 o'clock on the dot, okay?" I hesitated. I couldn't come to much harm in half an hour. I climbed out of the car. As we went into the pub, a large man who had been leaning on the counter turned and exchanged enthusiastic greetings with my colleague. "Albert!" cried Granville. "Meet Jim Herriot from Darrowby. Jim, this is Albert Wainwright, the landlord of the Wagon and Horses over at Matterley. In fact, he's the president of the Licensed Victuallers Association this year, aren't you, Albert?" The big man grinned and nodded, and for a moment I felt overwhelmed by the two figures on either side of me. It was difficult to describe the hard, bulky tissue of Granville's construction, but Mr. Wainwright was unequivocally fat. A checked jacket hung open to display an enormous expanse of striped, shirted abdomen overflowing the waistband of his trousers. Above a gay bow tie, cheerful eyes twinkled at me from a red face, and when he spoke, his tone was rich and fruity. He embodied the rich ambiance of the term Licence victualler. I began to sip the half-pint of beer I had ordered, but when another appeared in 2 minutes I saw I was going to fall hopelessly behind and switched to the whiskies and sodas which the others were drinking. And my undoing was that both my companions appeared to have a standing account here. They downed their drinks, tapped softly on the counter and said, "Yes, please, Jack," whereupon 3 more glasses appeared with magical speed. I never had a chance to buy a round. In fact, no money ever changed hands. It was a quiet, friendly little session, with Albert and Granville carrying on a conversation of the utmost good humour, punctuated by the almost soundless taps on the bar. And as I fought to keep up with the 2 virtuosos, the taps came more and more frequently, till I seemed to hear them every few seconds. Granville was as good as his word. When it was nearly 1 o'clock, he looked at his watch. "Got to be off now, Albert. Zoe's expecting us right now." And as the car rolled to a stop outside the house, dead on time, I realised with a dull despair that it had happened to me again. Within me a witch's brew was beginning to bubble, sending choking fumes into my brain. I felt terrible, and I knew for sure I would get rapidly worse. Granville, fresh and debonair as ever, leapt out and led me into the house. "Zoe, my love," he warbled, embracing his wife as she came through from the kitchen. When she disengaged herself, she came over to me. She was wearing a flowered apron which made her look, if possible, even more attractive. "Hello," she cried, and gave me that look which she shared with her husband, as though meeting James Herriot was an unbelievable boon. "Lovely to see you again. I'll get lunch now." I replied with a foolish grin, and she skipped away. Flopping into an armchair, I listened to Granville poring steadily over at the sideboard. He put a glass in my hand and sat in another chair. Immediately the obese Staffordshire Terrier bounded onto his lap. "Feebles, my little pet," he sang joyfully. "Daddykins is home again." And he pointed playfully at the tiny Yorkie who was sitting at his feet, baring her teeth repeatedly in a series of ecstatic smiles. "And I see you, my little Victoria. I see you." By the time I was ushered to the table, I was like a man in a dream, moving sluggishly, speaking with slurred deliberation. Granville poised himself over a vast sirloin, stropped his knife briskly, then began to hack away ruthlessly. He was a prodigal server, and piled about 2 pounds of meat on my plate. Then he started on the Yorkshire puddings. Instead of a single big one, Zoe had made a large number of little round ones, as the farmers' wives often did, delicious golden cups, crisply brown round the sides. Granville heaped about 6 of these by the side of the meat as I watched stupidly. Then Zoe passed me the gravy boat. With an effort I took a careful grip on the handle, closed one eye, and began to pour. For some reason I felt I had to fill up each of the little puddings with gravy, and owlishly directed the stream into one, then another, till they were all overflowing. Once I missed, and spilled a few drops of the fragrant liquid on the tablecloth. I looked up guiltily at Zoe and giggled. Zoe giggled back, and I had the impression that she felt that though I was a peculiar individual, there was no harm in me. I just had this terrible weakness that I was never sober day or night, but I wasn't such a bad fellow at heart. It usually took me a few days to recover from a visit to Granville, and by the following Saturday I was convalescing nicely. It happened that I was in the marketplace and saw a large concourse of people crossing the cobbles. At first I thought, from the mixture of children and adults, that it must be a school outing, but on closer inspection I realised it was only the Dimmocks and Pounders going shopping. When they saw me, they diverted their course, and I was engulfed by a human wave. "Look at him now, mister. He's eating like a hoss now. He's going to get fat soon, mister." The delighted cries rang around me. Nellie had Toby on a lead, and as I bent over the little animal I could hardly believe how a few days had altered him. He was still skinny, but the hopeless look had gone. He was perky, ready to play. It was just a matter of time now. His little mistress ran her hand again and again over the smooth brown coat. "You are proud of your little dog, aren't you, Nellie?" I said, and the gentle, squinting eyes turned on me. "Yes, I am." She smiled that smile again. "Because he's mine." Chapter 38. It was almost as though I were looking at my own cows, because as I stood in the little new byre and looked along the row of red and roan backs, I felt a kind of pride. "Frank," I said, "they look marvellous. You wouldn't think they were the same animals." Frank Metcalfe grinned. "Just what I was thinking myself. It's wonderful what a change of setting will do for livestock." It was the cows' first day in the new byre. Previously I had seen them only in the old place, a typical Dales cowhouse, centuries old, with a broken cobbled floor and gaping holes where the muck and urine lay in pools, rotting wooden partitions between the stalls, and slit windows as though the place had been built as a fortress. I could remember Frank sitting in it milking, almost invisible in the gloom, the cobwebs hanging in thick fronds from the low roof above him. In there the 10 cows had looked what they were, a motley assortment of ordinary milkers. But today they had acquired a new dignity and style. "You must feel it's been worth all your hard work," I said, and the young farmer nodded and smiled. There was a grim touch about the smile, as though he were reliving for a moment the hours and weeks and months of back-breaking labour he had put in there. Because Frank Metcalfe had done it all himself. The rows of neat concreted standings, the clean and level sweep of floor, the whitewashed cement-rendered walls, all bathed in light from the spacious windows, had been put there by his own 2 hands. "I'll show you the dairy," Frank said. We went into a small room which he had built at one end, and I looked admiringly at the gleaming milk cooler, the spotless sinks and buckets, the strainer with its neat pile of filter pads. "You know," I said, "this is how milk should be produced. All those mucky old places I see every day on my rounds, they nearly make my hair stand on end." Frank leant over and drew a jet of water from one of the taps. "Ah, you're right. It'll all be like this, and better one day. And it'll pay the farmers better too. I've got my TT licence now, and the extra 4p a gallon will make a hell of a lot of difference. I feel I'm ready to start." And when he did start, I thought, he'd go places. He seemed to have all the things it took to succeed at the hard trade of farming: intelligence, physical toughness, a love of the land and animals, and the ability to go slogging on endlessly when other people were enjoying their leisure. I felt these qualities would overcome his biggest handicap, which was simply that he didn't have any money. Frank wasn't a farmer at all to start with. He was a steel worker from Middlesbrough. When he had first arrived less than a year ago with his young wife to take over the isolated small holding at Bransett, I had been surprised to learn that he hailed from the city because he had the dark, sinewy look of the typical Dalesman, and he was called Metcalfe. He had laughed when I had mentioned this. "Oh, my great-grandfather came from these parts, and I've always had a hankering to come back." As I came to know him better, I was able to fill in the gaps in that simple statement. He had spent all his holidays up here as a small boy, and though his father was a foreman in the steelworks, and he himself had served his time at the trade, the pull of the Dales had been like a siren song welling stronger, till he had been unable to resist it any longer. He had worked on farms in his spare time, read all he could about agriculture, and finally had thrown up his old life and rented the little place high in the fells at the end of a long, stony track. With its primitive house and tumble-down buildings, it seemed an unpromising place to make a living. And in any case, I hadn't much faith in the ability of townspeople to suddenly turn to farming and make a go of it. In my short experience, I'd seen quite a few try and fail. But Frank Metcalfe had gone about the job as though he had been at it all his life, repairing the broken walls, improving the grassland, judiciously buying stock on his shoestring budget. There was no sign of the bewilderment and despair I had seen in so many others. I had mentioned this to a retired farmer in Darrowby, and the old man chuckled. "Aye, you've got to have farming inside you. There's very few people as can succeed at it unless it's in their blood. It matters now that young Metcalfe's been brought up in a town. He's still got it in him. He's got it through the titty, don't you see? Through the titty." Maybe he was right. But whether Frank had it through the titty or through study and brains, he had transformed the holding in a short time. When he wasn't milking, feeding, mucking out, he was slaving at that little byre, chipping stones, mixing cement, sand and dust clinging to the sweat on his face. And now, as he said, He was ready to start. As we came out of the dairy, he pointed to another old building across the yard. When I'm straightened out, I aim to convert that into another buyer. I've had to borrow a good bit, but now I'm TT, I should be able to clear it off in a couple of years. Sometime in the future, if all goes well, I might be able to get a bigger place altogether. He was about my own age, and a natural friendship had sprung up between us. We used to sit under the low beams of his cramped living room with its single small window and sparse furniture, and as his young wife poured cups of tea, he liked to talk of his plans. And, listening to him, I always felt that a man like him would do well, not only for himself, but for farming in general. I looked at him now as he turned his head and gazed for a few moments round his domain. He didn't have to say, "I love this place. I feel I belong here." It was all there in his face, in the softening of his eyes as they moved over the huddle of grass fields cupped in a hollow of the fells. These fields, clawed by past generations from the rough hillside, and fighting their age-old battle with heather and bracken, ran up to a ragged hem of cliff and scree, and above you could just see the lip of the moor, a wild land of bog and peat hag. Below, the farm track disappeared round the bend of a wooded hill. The pastures were poor, and knuckles of rock pushed out in places through the thin soil, but the clean, turf-scented air and the silence must have been like a deliverance after the roar and smoke of the steelworks. "Well, we better see that cow, Frank. The new bar nearly made me forget what I came for." "Aye, it's this red and white 'un. My latest purchase. And she's never been right since I got her. Hasn't come onto her milk properly, and she seems dozy somehow." The temperature was 103, and as I put the thermometer away, I sniffed. "She smells a bit, doesn't she?" "Aye. I've noticed that myself. Better bring me some hot water and I'll have a feel inside." The uterus was filled with a stinking exudate, and as I withdrew my arm, there was a rush of yellowish necrotic material. "Surely she must have had a bit of a discharge," I said. Frank nodded. "Yes, she has had, but I didn't pay much attention. A lot of them do it when they're clearing up after calving." I drained the uterus by means of a rubber tube and irrigated it with antiseptic. Then I pushed in a few acroflavin pessaries. "That'll help clean her up, and I think she'll soon be a lot better in herself, but I'm going to take a blood sample from her." "Why's that?" "Well, it may be nothing, but I don't like the look of that yellow stuff. It consists of decayed cotyledons. You know, the berries on the calf bed. And when they're that colour, it's a bit suspicion of brucellosis." "Abortion, do you mean?" "It's possible, Frank. She may have calved before her time, or she may have calved normally but still been infected. Anyway, the blood test will tell us. Keep her isolated in the meantime." A few days later, at breakfast time in Scaledale House, I felt a quick stab of anxiety as I opened the lab report and read that the agglutination test on the blood had given a positive result. I hurried out to the farm. "How long have you had this cow?" I asked. "Just over 3 weeks," the young farmer replied. "And she's been running in the same field as your other cows and the in-calf heifers?" "Yes, all the time." I paused for a moment. "Frank, I'd better tell you the implications. I know you'll want to know what might happen. Now, the source of infection in brucellosis is the discharges of an infected cow, and I'm afraid this animal of yours will have thoroughly contaminated that pasture. Any or all of your animals may have picked up the bug." "Does that mean they'll abort?" "Not necessarily. It varies tremendously. Many cows carry their calves through despite infection." I was doing my best to sound optimistic. Frank dug his hands deep into his pockets. His thin, dark-complexioned face was serious. "Damn. I wish I'd never seen the thing. I bought her at Hulton Market. God knows where she came from, but it's too late to talk like that now. What can we do about the job?" "The main thing is to keep her isolated and away from the other stock. I wish there was some way to protect the others, but there isn't much we can do. There are only 2 types of vaccine. Live ones, which can only be given to empty cows, and yours are all in calf, and dead ones, which aren't reckoned to be of much use." "Well, I'm the sort that doesn't like to just sit back and wait." "The dead vaccine won't do any harm if it doesn't do any good, will it?" "No." "Right, we'll do more with that then, and we'll hope for the best." Hoping for the best was something vets did a lot of in the 30s. I vaccinated the entire herd, and we waited. Nothing happened for a full 8 weeks. Summer lengthened into autumn and the cattle were brought inside. The infected cow improved, her discharge cleared up, and she began to milk a bit better. Then Frank rang early one morning. "I found a dead calf laid in the channel when I went in to milk. Will you come?" It was a thinly haired 7 months fetus that I found. The cow looked sick, and behind her dangled the inevitable retained placenta. Her udder, which, if she had calved normally, would have been distended with milk, the precious milk which Frank depended on for his livelihood, was almost empty. Obsessed by a feeling of helplessness, I could only offer the same old advice: isolate, disinfect, and hope. A fortnight later, one of the in-calf heifers did it. She was a pretty little Jersey cross which Frank had hoped would push up his butterfat percentage, and a week after that one of the cows slipped a calf in her 6th month of pregnancy. It was when I was visiting this third case that I met Mr. Bagley. Frank introduced him somewhat apologetically. "He says he has a cure for this trouble, Jim. He wants to talk to you about it." In every sticky situation there is always somebody who knows better than the vet. Subconsciously, I suppose, I had been waiting for a Mr. Bagley to turn up, and I listened patiently. He was very short, with bandy legs, in cloth leggings, and he looked at me intently. "Young man, I've been through this on my own farm, and I wouldn't be here today if I hadn't found the remedy." "I see, and what was that, Mr. Bagley?" "I have it here." The little man pulled a bottle from his jacket pocket. "It's a bit mucky. It's been stood in cowhouse window for a year or 2. I read the label. Professor Driscoll's abortion cure. Give 2 tablespoonfuls to each cow in the herd in a pint of water and repeat on the following day. The professor's face took up most of the label. He was an aggressive-looking, profusely whiskered man in a high Victorian collar, and he glared out at me belligerently through a thick layer of dust. He wasn't so daft either, because lower down the bottle I read, "If an animal has aborted, a dose of this mixture will prevent further trouble." He knew as well as I did that they didn't often do it more than once. "Yes," Mr. Bagley said. "That's the stuff. Most of my cows did it on me, but I kept going with the medicine, and they were right as a bobbin next time round." "But they would be in any case. They develop an immunity, you see." Mr. Bagley put his head on one side and gave a gentle, unbelieving smile. And who was I to argue anyway? I didn't have a thing to offer. "Okay, Frank," I said wearily. "Go ahead. Like my vaccine, I don't suppose it can do any harm." A fresh bottle of Driscoll's cure was purchased, and little Mr. Bagley supervised the dosing of the herd. He was cock-a-hoop when 3 weeks later one of the cows calved bang on time. "Now then, what do you say, young man? My stuff's working already, isn't it?" "Well, I expected some of them to calve normally," I replied, and the little man pursed his lips as though he considered me a bad loser. But I wasn't really worried about what he thought. All I felt was an unhappy resignation, because this sort of thing was always happening in those days before the modern drugs appeared. Quack medicines abounded on the farms, and the vets couldn't say a lot about them because their own range of pharmaceuticals was pitifully inadequate. And in those diseases like abortion, which has so far defeated all the efforts of the profession that control, the harvest for the quackmen was particularly rich. The farming press and country newspapers were filled with confident advertisements for red drenches, black drafts, pink powders, which were positively guaranteed to produce results. Professor Driscoll had plenty of competition. When shortly afterwards another cow calved on time, Mr. Bagley was very nice about it. "We all have to learn, young man. And you haven't had much practical experience. You just hadn't heard of my medicine, and I'm not blaming you. But I think we're on top of job now." I didn't say anything. Frank was beginning to look like a man who could see a gleam of hope, and I wasn't going to extinguish it by voicing my doubts. Maybe the outbreak had run its course. These things were unpredictable. But the next time I heard Frank on the phone, all my gloomy forebodings were realized. "I want you to come out and cleanse 3 cows. 3, aye." They did it one after the other. Bang, bang, bang. And all before time. It's an absolute bugger, Jim. I don't know what I'm going to do. He met me as I got out of the car at the top of the track. He looked 10 years older, his face pale and haggard as though he hadn't slept. Mr. Bagley was there too, digging a hole in front of the bar door. "What's he doing?" I asked. Frank looked down at his boots expressionlessly. "He's burying one of the calves. He says it does a lot of good if you put it in front of the door." He looked at me with an attempt at a smile. "Science can deny it for me, so we might as well try a bit of black magic." I felt a few years older myself as I picked my way around the deep grave Mr. Bagley was digging. The little man looked up at me as I passed. "This is a very old remedy," he explained. "My medicine seems to be losing its power, so we'll have to try something stronger. The trouble is," he added with some asperity, "I was called into this case far too late." I removed the putrefying afterbirths from the 3 cows and got off the place as soon as possible. I felt such a deep sense of shame that I could hardly meet Frank's eye. And it was even worse on my next visit a fortnight later, because as I walked across the yard I was conscious of a strange smell polluting the sweet hill air. It was a penetrating, acrid stink, and though it rang a bell somewhere, I couldn't quite identify it. As Frank came out of the house, he saw me sniffing and looking around. "Not very nice, is it?" he said with a tired smile. "I don't believe you've met our goat." "You've got a goat?" "Well, we've got the loan of one. An old Billy. I don't see him around right now, but by God, you can always smell him. Mr. Bagley dug him up somewhere, says he did one of his neighbours a world of good when he was having my trouble. Burying the cows wasn't doing any good, so he thought he'd better bring on the goat. It's the smell that does the trick, he says." "Oh, Frank, I'm sorry," I said. "It's still going on, then?" He shrugged his shoulders. "Aye, 2 more since I saw you, but I'm past worrying now, Jim, and for God's sake, stop looking so bloody miserable yourself. You can't do anything, I know that. Nobody can do anything." Driving home, I brooded on his words. Contagious bovine abortion had been recognised for centuries, and I had read in old books of the filthy scourge which ravaged and ruined the ancient farmers just as it was doing to Frank Metcalfe today. The experts of those days said it was due to impure water, improper feeding, lack of exercise, sudden frights. They did note, however, that other cows which were allowed to sniff at the fetuses in afterbirth were likely to suffer the same fate themselves. But beyond that, it was a black tunnel of ignorance. We modern vets, on the other hand, knew all about it. We knew it was caused by a gram-negative bacillus called Brucella abortus, whose habits and attributes we had studied till we knew its every secret. But when it came to helping a farmer in Frank's situation, we were about as much use as our colleagues of old who wrote those quaint books. True, dedicated researchers were working to find a strain of the bacillus which would form a safe and efficient vaccine to immunise cattle in calfhood, and as far back as 1930 a certain strain 19 had been developed, from which much was hoped. But even now it was still in the experimental stage. If Frank had had the luck to be born 20 years later, the chances are that those cows he bought would have all been vaccinated and protected by that same strain 19. Nowadays, we even have an efficient dead vaccine for the pregnant cows. Best of all, there is now a scheme underway for the complete eradication of brucellosis, and this has brought the disease to the notice of the general public. People are naturally interested mainly in the public health aspect, and they've learnt about the vast spectrum of illnesses which the infected milk can cause in humans. But few townsmen know what brucellosis can do to farmers. The end of Frank's story was not far away. Autumn was reaching into winter, and the frost was sparkling on the steps of Skeldale House when he called one night to see me. We went into the big room, and I opened a couple of bottles of beer. "I thought I'd come to tell you, Jim," he said in a matter-of-fact tone. "I'm having to pack up." Pack up? Something in me refused to accept what he was saying. "Aye. I'm going back to my old job in Middlesbrough. There's naught else to do." I looked at him helplessly. "It's as bad as that, is it?" "Well, just think." He smiled grimly. "I have 3 cows which calve normally out of the whole herd. The rest are a mucky, discharging, sickly lot with no milk worth talking about. I've got no calves to sell or keep as replacements. I've got nowt." I hesitated. "There's no hope of raising the wind to get you over this?" "No, Jim. If I sell up now, I'll just about be able to pay the bank what I owe 'em. The rest I borrowed from the old man, and I'm not going back to ask him for more. I promised him I'd return to the steelworks if this didn't work out, and that's what I'm going to do. Oh, hell, Frank. I can't tell you how sorry I am. You haven't had a scrap of luck all the way through. He looked at me and smiled with no trace of self-pity. Aye, well, these things happen. I almost jumped at the words. These things happen. That's what farmers always said after a disaster. That old man in Danby had been right. Frank really did have it through the titty. And in truth, he wasn't the only man to be bankrupted in this way. What had hit Frank was called an abortion storm, and the same sort of thing had driven a legion of good men to the wall. Some of them hung on, tightened their belts, spent their life savings and half-starved till the storm abated and they could start again. But Frank had no savings to see him through. His venture had been a gamble from the beginning, and he had lost. I never heard of him again. At first I thought he might write, but then I realized that once the agonizing break had been made, it had to be complete. From some parts of the northern Pennines you can see away over the great sprawl of Teesside, and when the fierce glow from the blast furnaces set the night sky alight, I used to think of Frank down there and wonder how he was getting on. He'd make a go of it, all right. But how often did his mind turn to the high-blown green hollow where he had hoped to build something worthwhile and to live and bring up his children? Some people call Peters bought the little farm at Bransett after he left. Strangely enough, they were from Teesside too. But Mr. Peters was a wealthy director of the ICI and used the place only as a weekend retreat. It was ideal for the purpose because he had a young family, all keen on riding, and the fields were soon being grazed by an assortment of horses and ponies. In the summer, Mrs. Peters used to spend months on end up there with the children. They were nice people who cared for their animals, and I was a frequent visitor. The dwelling house was renovated almost out of recognition, and I drank coffee instead of tea in the living room, which had become a place of grace and charm, with an antique table, chintz covers, and pictures on the walls. The old outbuildings were converted into loose boxes with shining, freshly painted doors. The only thing which got no attention was Frank's little new byre. It was used as a storage place for corn and bedding for the horses. I always felt a tug at my heart when I looked in there at the thick dust on the floor, the windows almost opaque with dirt, the cobwebs everywhere, the rusting water bowls, the litter of straw bales, peat moss and sacks of oats, where once Frank's cows had stood so proudly. It was all that was left of a man's dream. Chapter 39. I had never been married before, so there was nothing in my past experience to go by, but it was beginning to dawn on me that I was very nicely fixed. I am talking, of course, of material things. It would have been enough for me or anybody else to be paired with a beautiful girl whom I loved and who loved me. I hadn't reckoned on the other aspects. This business of studying my comfort, for instance. I thought such things had gone out of fashion, but not so with Helen. It was brought home to me again as I walked in to breakfast this morning. We had at last acquired a table. I had bought it at a farm sale and brought it home in triumph tied to the roof of my car, and now Helen had vacated the chair on which she used to sit at the bench and had taken over the high stool. She was perched away up there now, transporting her food from far below, while I was expected to sit comfortably in the chair. I don't think I am a selfish swine by nature, but there was nothing I could do about it. And there were other little things. The neat pile of clothing laid out for me each morning, the clean, folded shirt and handkerchief, and socks, so different from the jumble of my bachelor days. And when I was late for meals, which was often, she served me with my food, but instead of going off and doing something else, she would down tools and sit watching me while I ate. It made me feel like a sultan. It was this last tray which gave me a clue to her behaviour. I suddenly remembered that I had seen her sitting by Mr. Alderson while he had had a late meal, sitting in the same pose, one arm on the table, quietly watching him. And I realised I was reaping the benefit of her lifetime attitude to her father. Mild little man though he was, she had catered gladly to his every wish in the happy acceptance that the man of the house was number one, and the whole pattern was rubbing off on me now. In fact, it set me thinking about the big question of how girls might be expected to behave after marriage. One old farmer, giving me advice about choosing a wife, once said, "Have a bloody good look at the mother first, lad." And I'm sure he had a point. But if I may throw in my own little word of counsel, it will be to have a passing glance at how she acts towards her father. Watching her now as she got down and started to serve my breakfast, the warm knowledge flowed through me, as it did so often, that my wife was the sort who just liked looking after a man, and that I was so very lucky. And I was certainly blooming under the treatment. A bit too much, in fact, and I was aware I shouldn't be attacking this plateful of porridge and cream, especially with all that material sizzling in the frying pan. Helen had brought with her to Skeldale House a delicious dowry in the shape of half a pig, and there hung from the beams of the topmost attic a side of bacon and a majestic ham, a constant temptation. Some samples were in the pan now, and though I had never been one for large breakfasts, I did not demur when she threw in a couple of big brown eggs to keep them company. And I put up only feeble resistance when she added some particularly tasty smoked sausage, which she used to buy in a shop in the marketplace. When I had got through it all, I rose rather deliberately from the table, and as I put on my coat, I noticed it wasn't so easy to button up as it used to be. "Here are your sandwiches, Jim," Helen said, putting a parcel in my hand. "I was spending a day in the Scarbon district, tuberculin testing for you and Ross, and my wife was always concerned lest I grow faint from lack of nourishment on the long journey." I kissed her, made a somewhat ponderous descent of the long flights of stairs, and went out of the side door. Halfway up the garden, I stopped as always and looked up at the window under the tiles. An arm appeared and brandished a dishcloth vigorously. I waved back and continued my walk to the yard. I found I was puffing a little as I got the car out and laid my parcel almost guiltily on the back seat. I knew what it would contain. Not just sandwiches, but meat and onion pie, buttered scones, ginger cake, to lead me into further indiscretions. There is no doubt that in those early days I would have grown exceedingly gross under Helen's treatment. But my job saved me. The endless walking between the stone barns scattered along the hillsides, the climbing in and out of calf pens, pushing cows around, and regular outbursts of hard physical effort in carving and foaling. So I escaped with only a slight tightening of my collar and the occasional farmer's remark, "By God, you've been on a good pasture, young man." Driving away, I marvelled at the way she indulged my little whims, too. I have always had a pathological loathing of fat, so Helen carefully trimmed every morsel from my meat. This feeling about fat, which almost amounted to terror, had been intensified since coming to Yorkshire, because back in the 30s the farmers seemed to live on the stuff. One old man, noticing my pop-eyed expression as I viewed him relishing his lunch of roast fat bacon, told me he had never touched lean meat in his life. "I like to feel grass running down my chin," he chuckled. He pronounced it grass, which made it sound even worse. But he was a ruddy-faced octogenarian, so it hadn't done him any harm, and this held good for hundreds of others just like him. I used to think that the day-in, day-out hard labour of farming burned it up in their system, but if I had to eat the stuff, it would kill me very rapidly. The latter was, of course, a fanciful notion, as was proved to me one day. It was when I was torn from my bed one morning at 6 a.m. to attend a calving heifer at old Mr. Horner's small farm, and when I got there I found there was no malpresentation of the calf, but that it was simply too big. I don't like a lot of pulling, but the heifer, lying on her bed of straw, was obviously in need of assistance. Every few seconds she strained to the utmost, and a pair of feet came into view momentarily, then disappeared as she relaxed. "Is she getting those feet out any further?" I asked. "Nay, there's been no change for over an hour," the old man replied. "And when did the water bag burst?" 2 hours since." There was no doubt the calf was well and truly stuck, and getting drier all the time, and if the labouring mother had been able to speak, I think she would have said, "For Pete's sake, get this thing away from me." I could have done with a big, strong man to help me, but Mr. Horner, apart from his advanced age, was a rather shaky lightweight. And since the farm was perched on a lonely eminence miles from the nearest village, there was no chance of calling in a neighbour. I would have to do the job myself. It took me nearly an hour. With a thin rope behind the calf's ears and through his mouth to stop the neck from telescoping, I eased the little creature inch by inch into the world. not so much pulling, but rather leaning back and helping the heifer as she strained. She was a rather undersized little animal, and she lay patiently on her side, accepting the situation with the resignation of her kind. She could never have calved without help, and all the time I had the warm conviction that I was doing what she wanted and needed. I felt I should be as patient as she was, so I didn't hurry but let things come in their normal sequence. The little nose with the nostrils twitching reassuringly, then the eyes wearing a preoccupied light during the tight squeeze, then the ears, and with a final rush, the rest of the calf. The young mother was obviously none the worse because she rolled onto her chest almost immediately and began to sniff with the utmost interest at the new arrival. She was in better shape than myself because I discovered with some surprise that I was sweating and breathless and my arms and shoulders were aching. The farmer, highly pleased, rubbed my back briskly with the towel as I bent over the bucket. Then he helped me on with my shirt. "Well, that's champion, lad. You'll come in and have a cup of tea now, won't you?" In the kitchen, Mrs. Horner placed a steaming mug on the table and smiled across at me. "Will you sit down along with me husband and have a bit of breakfast?" she asked. There is nothing like an early carving to whet the appetite, and I nodded readily. "Oh, that's very kind of you. I'd love to." It is always a good feeling after a successful delivery, and I sighed contentedly as I sank into a chair and watched the old lady set out bread, butter and jam in front of me. I sipped my tea, and as I exchanged a word with the farmer, I didn't see what she was doing next. Then my toes curled into a tight ball as I found 2 large slices of pure white fat lying on my plate. Shrinking back in my seat, I saw Mrs. Horner sawing at a great hunk of cold boiled bacon, but it wasn't ordinary bacon. It was 100% fat without a strip of lean anywhere. Even in my shocked state, I could see it was a work of art, cooked to a turn, beautifully encrusted with golden crumbs and resting on a spotless serving dish. But fat. She dropped 2 similar slices on her husband's plate and looked at me expectantly. My position was desperate. I could not possibly offend this sweet old person, but, on the other hand, I knew beyond all doubt that there was no way I could eat what lay in front of me. Maybe I could have managed a tiny piece if it had been hot and fried crisp, but cold, boiled and clammy, never. And there was an enormous quantity. 2 slices about 6 inches by 4 and at least half an inch thick with the golden border of crumbs down one side. The thing was impossible. Mrs. Horner sat down opposite me. She was wearing a flowered mob cap over her white hair, and for a moment she reached out, bent her head to one side and turned the dish with the slab of bacon a little to the left to show it off better. Then she turned to me and smiled. It was a kind, proud smile. There have been times in my life when, confronted by black and hopeless circumstances, I have discovered in myself undreamt-of resources of courage and resolution. I took a deep breath, seized knife and fork and made a bold incision in one of the slices, but as I began to transport the greasy white segment to my mouth, I began to shudder, and my hand stayed frozen in space. It was at that moment I spotted the jar of piccalilli. Feverishly, I scooped a mound of it onto my plate. It seemed to contain just about everything, onions, apples, cucumber, and other assorted vegetables jostling each other in a powerful mustard vinegar sauce. It was the work of a moment to smother my loaded fork with the mass. Then I popped it into my mouth, gave a couple of quick chews, and swallowed. It was a start, and I hadn't tasted a thing except the piccalilli. "Nice bit of bacon," Mr. Horner murmured. "Delicious," I replied, munching desperately at the second forkful. "Absolutely delicious. And you like my piccalilli, too?" The old lady beamed at me. "I can tell by the way you're slapping it on." She gave a peal of delighted laughter. "Yes, indeed. I looked at her with streaming eyes. "Some of the best I've ever tasted." Looking back, I realised it was one of the bravest things I've ever done. I stuck to my task unwaveringly, dipping again and again into the jar, keeping my mind a blank, refusing grimly to think of the horrible thing that was happening to me. There was only one bad moment when the piccalilli, which packed a tremendous punch and was never meant to be consumed in large mouthfuls, completely took my breath away, and I went into a long coughing spasm. But at last I came to the end. A final heroic crunch and swallow, a long gulp at my tea, and the plate was empty. The thing was accomplished. And there was no doubt it had been worth it. I had been a tremendous success with the old folks. Mr. Horner slapped my shoulder. "By God, it's good to see a young feller enjoying his food. When I were a lad, I used to put it away sharpish like that, but I can't do it now." Chuckling to himself, he continued with his breakfast. His wife showed me the door. It was a real compliment to me." She looked at the table and giggled. "You've nearly finished the jar." "Yes, I'm sorry, Mrs. Horner," I said, smiling through my tears and trying to ignore the churning in my stomach. "But I just couldn't resist it." Contrary to my expectations, I didn't drop down dead soon afterwards, but for a week I was oppressed by a feeling of nausea which I am prepared to believe was purely psychosomatic. At any rate, since that little episode, I have never knowingly eaten fat again. My hatred was transformed into something like an obsession from then on. And I haven't been all that crazy about piccalilli either.
Chapter 40. "Well, do you want job or don't you?"
Walt Barnett towered over me in the surgery doorway, and his eyes flickered from my head to my feet and up again without expression. The cigarette dangling from his lower lip seemed to be part of him, as did the brown Trilby hat and the shining navy-blue serge suit stretched tightly over his bulky form. He must have weighed nearly 20 stone, and with his red, beefy, brutal mouth and overbearing manner, he was undeniably formidable. Well, yes. Of course we want the job," I replied. "I was just wondering when we could fit it in." I went over to the desk and began to look through the appointment book. "We're pretty full this week, and I don't know what Mr. Fallon has fixed up for the week after. Maybe we better give you a ring." The big man had burst in on me without warning or greeting, and had barked, "I've a fine big bloodhoss to geld. When can you do him?" I had looked at him hesitantly for a few moments, taken back partly by the arrogance of his approach, partly by his request. This wasn't good news to me. I didn't like castrating fine big bloodhosses. I much preferred the ordinary cart colts, and if you came right down to it, I had a particular preference for Shetland ponies. But it was all part of living, and if it had to be done, it had to be done.
"You can give me a ring if you like, but don't be hour long about it."
The hard, unsmiling stare still held me.
"And I want a good job doing, think on."
"We always try to do a good job, Mr. Barnett," I said, fighting a rising prickle of resentment at his attitude.
"Aye, well, I've heard that before, and I've had some bloody balls-ups," he said.
He gave me a final, truculent nod, turned and walked out, leaving the door open. I was still standing in the middle of the room, seething and muttering to myself, when Siegfried walked in. I hardly saw him at first, and when he finally came into focus, I found I was glowering into his face.
"What's the trouble, James?" he asked. "A little touch of indigestion, perhaps?"
"Indigestion? No. Why do you say that?"
"Well, you seem to be in some sort of pain standing there on one leg with your face screwed up."
"Did I look like that?" "Oh, it was just our old friend Walt Barnett. He wants us to cut a horse for him, and he made the request in his usual charming way. He really gets under my skin, that man." Tristan came in from the passage. "Yes, I was out there and I heard him. He's a bloody big lout." Siegfried rounded on him. "That's enough. I don't want to hear that kind of talk in here." Then he turned back to me. "And really, James, even if you were upset, I don't think it's an excuse for profanity." "What do you mean?" "Well, some of the expletives I heard you muttering there were unworthy of you." He spread his hands in a gesture of disarming frankness. "Heaven knows I'm no prude, but I don't like to hear such language within these walls. He paused, and his features assumed an expression of deep gravity.
After all, the people who come in here provide us with our bread and butter, and they should be referred to with respect. Well, yes, but... Oh, I know some are not as nice as others, but you must never let them irritate you. You've heard the old saying, the customer is always right. Well, I think it's a good working axiom, and I always abide by it myself.
He gazed solemnly at Tristan and me in turn.
So I hope I make myself clear. No swearing in the surgery, particularly when it concerns the clients. Look, it's all right for you, I burst out heatedly, but you didn't hear Barnet. I'll stand so much, but...
Siegfried put his head on one side, and a smile of ethereal beauty crept over his face. My dear old chap, there you go again, letting little things disturb you. I've had to speak to you about this before, haven't I? I wish I could help you. I wish I could pass on my own gift of remaining calm at all times.
What's that you said?
I said I wanted to help you, James, and I will. He held up a forefinger. You've probably often wondered why I never get angry or excited.
Eh? Oh, I know you have. You must have.
Well, I'll let you into a little secret. His smile took on a roguish quality. If a client is rude to me, I simply charge him a little more. Instead of getting all steamed up like you do, I tell myself that I'm putting 10 bob extra on the bill, and it works like magic. Is that so?
Yes, indeed, my boy.
He thumped my shoulder, then became very serious. Of course, I realize that I have an advantage right at the start. I have been blessed with a naturally even temperament, while you are blown about in all directions by every little wind of circumstance. But I do think that this is something you could cultivate, so work at it, James. Work at it. All this fretting and fuming is bad for you. Your whole life would change if you could just acquire my own tranquil outlook. I swallowed hard. Well, thank you, Siegfried, I said. I'll try. Walt Barnet was a bit of a mystery man in Darrowby. He wasn't a farmer. He was a scrap merchant, a haulier, a dealer in everything from linoleum to second-hand cars, and there was only one thing the local people could say for certain about him. He had brass. Lots of brass. They said everything he touched turned to money. He had bought a decaying mansion a few miles outside the town where he lived with a downtrodden little wife, and where he kept a floating population of livestock, a few bullocks, some pigs, and always a horse or two. He employed all the vets in the district in turn, probably because he didn't think much of any of us, a feeling which, I may say, was mutual. He never seemed to do any physical work, and could be seen most days of the week shambling around the streets of Darrowby, hands in pockets, cigarette dangling, his brown trilby on the back of his head, his huge body threatening to burst through that shiny navy suit. After my meeting with him, we had a busy few days, and it was on the following Thursday that the phone rang in the surgery. Siegfried lifted it, and immediately his expression changed. From across the floor I could clearly hear the loud, hectoring tones coming through the receiver, and as my colleague listened, a slow flush spread over his cheeks, and his mouth hardened. Several times he tried to put in a word, but the torrent of sound from the far end was unceasing. Finally he raised his voice and broke in, but instantly there was a click, and he found himself speaking to a dead line. Siegfried crashed the receiver into its rest and swung round. That was Barnet, playing hell because we haven't rung him. He stood staring at me for a few moments, his face dark with anger. "The bloody bastard!" he shouted. "Who the hell does he think he is? Abusing me like that, then hanging up on me when I try to speak." For a moment he was silent, then he turned to me. "I'll tell you this, James. He wouldn't have spoken to me like that if he'd been in this room with me." He came over to me and held out his hands, fingers crooked menacingly. "I'd have wrung his bloody neck, big as he is. I would have, I tell you. I'd have strangled the bugger." "But Siegfried," I said, "what about your system?" "System? What system?" "Well, you know, the trick you have when people are unpleasant. You put something on the bill, don't you?" Siegfried let his hands fall to his sides and stared at me for some time, his chest rising and falling with his emotion. Then he patted me on the shoulder and turned away towards the window where he stood looking out at the quiet street. When he turned back to me, he looked grim, but calmer.
By God, James, you're right. That's the answer. I'll cut Barnett's horse for him, but I'll charge him a tenner. I laughed heartily. In those days, the average charge for castrating a horse was £1, or if you wanted to be more professional, a guinea. What are you laughing at? My employer inquired, sourly. Well, at your joke. I mean, £10. I'm not joking. I'm going to charge him a tenner. Oh, come on, Siegfried, you can't do that. You just watch me, he said. I'm going to sort that bugger. Two mornings later, I was going through the familiar motions of preparing for a castration. Boiling up the emasculator and laying it on the enamel tray along with the scalpel, the roll of cotton wool, the artery forceps, the tincture of iodine, the suture materials, the tetanus antitoxin, and the syringes. For the last 5 minutes, Siegfried had been shouting at me to hurry. "What the hell are you doing through there, James? Don't forget to put in an extra bottle of chloroform and bring the sidelines in case he doesn't go down. And where the hell have you hidden those spare scalpel blades, James?" The sunshine streamed across the laden tray, filtering through the green tangle of wisteria which fell untidily across the surgery window, reminding me that it was May, and that there was nowhere a May morning came in with such golden magic as to the long garden at Scaledale House. The high brick walls with their crumbling mortar and ancient stone copings enfolding the sunlight in a warm clasp, and spilling it over the untrimmed lawns, the banks of lupins and bluebells, the masses of fruit blossom. And right at the top, the rooks cawing in the highest branches of the elms. Siegfried, chloroform muzzle looped over one shoulder, made a final check of the items on the tray, then we set off. In less than half an hour we were driving through the lodge gates of the old mansion, then along a mossy avenue which wandered among pine and birch trees up to the house which looked out from its wooded background over the rolling miles of fell and moor. Nobody could have asked for a more perfect place for the operation. A high-walled paddock, deep in lush grass. The 2-year-old, a magnificent chestnut, was led in by 2 characters who struck me as typical henchmen for Mr. Barnett. I don't know where he had dug them up, but you didn't see faces like that among the citizens of Dannerby. One was a brown goblin who, as he conversed with his companion, repeatedly jerked his head and winked an eye as though they were sharing some disreputable secret. The other had a head covered with ginger stubble surmounting a countenance of a bright, scrofulous red, which looked as though a piece would fall off it if you touched it, and deep in the livid flesh 2 tiny eyes darted. The 2 of them regarded us unsmilingly, and the dark one spat luxuriously as we approached. "It's a nice morning," I said. Ginger just stared at me, while Winker nodded knowingly and closed one eye, as if I had uttered some craftiness which appealed to him. The vast, hunched figure of Mr. Barnett hovered in the background, cigarette drooping, the bright sunshine striking brilliant shafts of light from the tight sheen of the navy suit. I couldn't help comparing the aspect of the trio of humans with the natural beauty and dignity of the horse. The big chestnut tossed his head, then stood looking calmly across the paddock, the large, fine eyes alight with intelligence, the noble lines of the face and neck blending gently into the grace and power of the body. Observations I had heard about the higher and lower animals floated about in my mind. Siegfried walked around the horse, patting him and talking to him, his eyes shining with the delight of the fanatic. "He's a grand sort, Mr. Barnett," he said. The big man glowered at him. "Aye, well, don't spoil him, that's all. I'll pay a lot of money for that horse." Siegfried gave him a thoughtful look, then turned to me. "Well, let's get on. We'll drop him over there on that long grass. Are you ready, James?" I was ready, but I'd be a lot more at ease if Siegfried would just leave me alone. In horsework, I was the anaesthetist and my colleague was the surgeon. And he was good, quick, deft, successful. I had no quarrel with the arrangement. He could get on with his job and let me do mine. But there was the rub. He would keep butting into my territory, and I found it wearing. Anesthesia in the large animals has a dual purpose. It abolishes pain and acts as a means of restraint. It is obvious that you can't do much with these potentially dangerous creatures
unless they are controlled. That was my job. I had to produce a sleeping patient ready for the knife, and very often I thought it was the most difficult part. Until the animal was properly under, I always felt a certain tension, and Siegfried didn't help in this respect. He would hover at my elbow, offering advice as to the quantity of chloroform, and he could never bear to wait until the anaesthetic had taken effect. He invariably said, "He isn't going to go down, James," and then, "Don't you think you should strap a foreleg up?" Even now, 30 years later, when I am using such intravenous drugs as thiopentone, he is still at it, stamping around impatiently as I fill my syringe, poking over my shoulder with a long forefinger into the jugular furrow. "I'd shove it in just there, James." I stood there irresolute, my employer by my side, the chloroform bottle in my pocket, the muzzle dangling from my hand. It would be wonderful, I thought, if just once I could be on my own to get on with it. And after all, I had worked for him for nearly 3 years. Surely I knew him well enough to be able to put it to him. I cleared my throat. "Siegfried, I was just wondering, would you care to go and sit down there for a few minutes until I get him down?" "What's that?" Well, I thought it would be a good idea if you just left me to it. There's a bit of a crowd round the horse's head. I don't want him excited. So why don't you relax for a while, and I'll give you a shout when he's down." Siegfried raised a hand. "My dear chap, anything you say. I don't know what I'm hanging around here for anyway. I never interfere with your end, as you well know." He turned about and, tray under one arm, marched off to where he had parked his car on the grass about 50 yards away. He strode round behind the rover and sat down on the turf, his back against the metal. He was out of sight. Peace descended. I became suddenly aware of the soft warmth of the sun on my forehead, of the bird song echoing among the nearby trees. Unhurriedly, I fastened on the muzzle under the head collar and produced my little glass measure. This once I had plenty of time. I'd start him off with just a couple of drams to get him used to the smell, without frightening him. I poured the clear fluid onto the sponge. "Walk him round in a circle slowly," I said to Ginger and Winker. "I'm going to give him a little bit at a time. There's no hurry, but keep a good hold of that halter shank in case he plays up." There was no need for my warning. The 2-year-old paced round calmly and fearlessly, and every minute or so I trickled a little extra onto the sponge. After a while his steps became laboured and he began to sway drunkenly as he walked. I watched him happily. This was the way I liked to do it. Another little dollop would just about do the trick. I measured out another half-ounce and walked over to the big animal. His head nodded sleepily as I gave it to him. "You're just about ready, aren't you, old lad?" I was murmuring when the peace was suddenly shattered. "He isn't going to go down, you know, James." It was a booming roar from the direction of the car, and as I whipped round in consternation I saw a head just showing over the bonnet. There was another cry. "Why don't you strap up a—" At that moment the horse lurched and collapsed quietly on the grass, and Siegfried came bounding, knife in hand, from his hiding-place like a greyhound. "Sit on his head," he yelled. "What are you waiting for? He'll be up in a minute. And get that rope round that hind leg, and bring my tray, and fetch the hot water." He panted up to the horse and then bawled into Ginger's face. "Come on, I'm talking to you! Move!" Ginger went off at a bow-legged gallop and cannoned into Winker, who was rushing forward with the bucket. Then they had a brief but frenzied tug-of-war with the rope before they got it round the pastern. "Pull the leg forward!" cried my employer, bending over the operation site. Then a full-blooded bellow. "Get the bloody foot out of my eye, will you? What's the matter with you? You wouldn't pull a hen off its nest the way you're going." I knelt quietly at the head, my knee on the neck. There was no need to hold him down. He was beautifully out, his eyes blissfully closed, as Siegfried worked with his usual lightning expertise. There was a mere few seconds of silence, broken only by the tinkling of instruments as they fell back on the tray. Then my colleague glanced along the horse's back. "Open the muzzle, James." The operation was over. I don't think I've ever seen an easier job. By the time we had washed our instruments in the bucket, the 2-year-old was on his feet, cropping gently at the grass. "Splendid anaesthetic, James," said Siegfried, drying off the emasculator. "Just right. And what a grand sort of horse." We had put our gear in the boot and were ready to leave when Walt Bonnet heaved his massive bulk over towards us. He faced Siegfried across the bonnet of the car.
"Well, that one out of a job,"
he grunted, slapping a checkbook down on the shining metal.
"How much do you want?"
There was an arrogant challenge in the words, and faced with the dynamic force, the sheer brutal presence of the man, most people who were about to charge a guinea would have changed their minds and said £1.
"Well, I'm asking you,"
he repeated.
"How much do you want?"
"Ah, yes," said Siegfried lightly. "That'll be a tenner." The big man put a meaty hand on the checkbook and stared at my colleague.
"What?"
"That'll be a tenner," Siegfried said again.
£10?
Mr. Barnett's eyes opened wider. "Yes," said Siegfried, smiling pleasantly. "That's right. £10. There was a silence as the two men faced each other across the bonnet. The bird song and the noises from the wood seemed abnormally loud as the seconds ticked away and nobody moved. Mr. Barnett was glaring furiously, and I looked from the huge, fleshy face, which seemed to have swollen even larger, across to the lean, strong-jawed, high-cheekboned profile of my employer. Siegfried still wore the remains of a lazy smile, but down in the grey depths of his eye, a dangerous light glinted. Just when I was at screaming point, the big man dropped his head suddenly and began to write. When he handed the cheque over, he was shaking so much that the slip of paper fluttered as though in a high wind.
"Here you are, then,"
he said hoarsely. "Thank you so much." Siegfried read the cheque briefly, then stuffed it carelessly into a side pocket. "Isn't it grand to have some real May weather, Mr. Barnett? Does us all good, I'm sure." Walt Barnett mumbled something and turned away. As I got into the car, I could see the great expanse of navy-blue back moving ponderously towards the house. "He won't have us back anyway," I said. Siegfried started the engine and we moved away. "No, James, I should think he'd get his 12-bore out if we ventured down his drive again. But that suits me. I think I can manage to get through the rest of my life without Mr. Barnett." Our road took us through the little village of Bolden, and Siegfried slowed down outside the pub, a yellow-washed building standing a few yards back from the road, with a wooden sign reading "The Cross Keys," and a large black dog sleeping on the sunny front step. My boss looked at his watch. 12:15. They'll just have opened. A cool beer would be rather nice, wouldn't it? I don't think I've been in this place before." After the brightness outside, the shaded interior was restful, with only straw splinters of sunshine filtering through the curtains onto the flagged floor, the fissured oak tables, the big fireplace with its high settle. "Good morning to you, landlord," boomed my employer, striding over to the bar. He was in his most ducal mood, and I felt it was a pity he didn't have a silver-knobbed cane to rap on the counter. The man behind the counter smiled and knuckled a forelock in the approved manner. "Good morning to you, sir. And what can I get for you, gentlemen?" I half expected Siegfried to say, "2 stoops of your choicest brew, honest fellow." But instead he just turned to me and murmured, "I think 2 halves are bitter, eh, James?" The man began to draw the beer. "Won't you join us?" Siegfried inquired. "Well, thank you, sir. I'll have a brown ale with you." "And possibly your good lady too?" Siegfried smiled over at the landlord's wife, who was stacking glasses at the end of the counter. "Oh, that's very kind of you. I will." She looked up, gulped, and an expression of wonder crept over her face. Siegfried hadn't stared at her. It had only been a 5-second burst from his grey eyes, but the bottle rattled against the glass as she poured her small port, and she spent the rest of the time gazing at him dreamily. "That'll be 5 and 6pence, the landlord said. "Right." My employer plunged a hand into his bulging side pocket and crashed down on the counter an extraordinary mixture of crumpled banknotes, coins, veterinary instruments, thermometers, bits of string. He stirred the mass with a forefinger, flicking out a half-crown and 2 florins across the woodwork. "Wait a minute," I exclaimed. "Aren't those my curved scissors? I lost them a few days." Siegfried swept the pile out of sight into his pocket. "Nonsense! What makes you think that?" "Well, they look exactly like mine.
Unusual shape, lovely long flat blades. I've been looking everywhere. James! He drew himself up and faced me with frozen hauteur. I think you've said enough. I may be capable of stooping to some pretty low actions, but I'd like to believe that certain things are beneath me, and stealing a colleague's curved scissors is one of them. I relapsed into silence. I'd have to bide my time and take my chance later. I was fairly sure I'd recognised a pair of my dressing forceps in there too. In any case, something else was occupying Siegfried's mind. He narrowed his eyes in intense thought, then delved into his other pocket and produced a similar collection which he proceeded to push around the counter anxiously. "What's the matter?" I asked. "That cheque I've just taken." "Did I give it to you?" "No, you put it in that pocket, I saw you." "That's what I thought." "Well, it's gone." "Gone? I've lost the bloody thing." I laughed. "Oh, you can't have. Go through the other pockets. It must be in there somewhere." Siegfried made a systematic search, but all was in vain. "Well, James," he said at length, "I really have lost it, but I've just thought of a simple solution. Look, I will stay here and have one more beer while you slip back to Walt Barnett and ask him for another cheque."
Chapter 41. There is plenty of time for thinking during the long hours of driving, and now, as I headed home from a late call, my mind was idly assessing my abilities as a planner. I had to admit that planning was not one of my strong points. Shortly after we were married, I told Helen that I didn't think we should have children just at present. I pointed out that I would soon be going away. We did not have a proper home. Our financial state was precarious, and it would be far better to wait till after the war. I had propounded my opinions weightily, sitting back in my chair and puffing my pipe like a sage. But I don't think I was really surprised when Helen's pregnancy was positively confirmed. From the warm darkness, the grass smell of the dale stole through the open windows, and as I drove through the silent village, it was mingled briefly with the mysterious sweetness of wood smoke. Beyond the houses, the road curved, smooth and empty between the black enclosing fells. No, I hadn't organised things very well. Leaving Darrowby and maybe England for an indefinite period, no home, no money, and a pregnant wife. It was an untidy situation. But I was beginning to realise that life was not a tidy little parcel at any time. The clock tower showed 11 p.m. as I rolled through the marketplace, and turning into Trengate I saw that the light had been turned off in our room. Helen had gone to bed. I drove round to the yard at the back, put away the car, and walked down the long garden. It was the end to every day, this walk. Sometimes stumbling over frozen snow, but tonight moving easily through the summer darkness, under the branches of the apple tree to where the house stood tall and silent against the stars. In the passage I almost bumped into Siegfried. "Just getting back from Allenby's, James?" he asked. "I saw on the book that you had a colic." I nodded. "Yes, but it wasn't a bad one. Just a bit of spasm. Their grey horse had been feasting on some of the hard pears lying around in the orchard." Siegfried laughed. "Well, I've just beaten you in by a few minutes. I've been round at old Mrs. Dewar's for the last hour, holding her cat's paw while it had kittens." We reached the corner of the passage, and he hesitated. "Care for a nightcap, James?" "I would, thanks," I replied, and we went into the sitting-room. But there was a constraint between us because Siegfried was off to London early next morning to enter the Air Force. He'd be gone before I got up, and we both knew that this was a farewell drink. I dropped into my usual armchair, while Siegfried reached into the glass-fronted cupboard above the mantelpiece and fished out the whisky bottle and glasses. He carelessly tipped out 2 prodigal measures and sat down opposite. We had done a lot of this over the years, often yarning till dawn, but naturally enough it had faded since my marriage. It was like turning back the clock, to sip the whisky and look at him on the other side of the fireplace and to feel as though it were a living presence, the charm of the beautiful room with its high ceiling, graceful alcoves and French window. We didn't talk about his departure, but about the things we had always talked about and still do. The miraculous recovery of that cow. What old Mr. Jenks said yesterday. The patient that knocked us flat, leapt the fence and disappeared for good.
Then Siegfried raised a finger. "Oh, James, I nearly forgot. I was tidying up the books and I find I owe you some money." "You do?" "Yes, and I feel rather bad about it. It goes back to your pre-partnership days, when you used to get a cut from you and Ross's testing. There was a slip-up somewhere and you were underpaid. Anyway, you've got £50 to come." "£50? Are you sure?" "Quite sure, James. And I do apologise." "No need to apologise, Siegfried. It'll come in very handy right now." "Good. Good. Anyway, the cheque's in the top drawer of the desk if you'll have a look tomorrow." He waved a languid hand and started to talk about some sheep he had seen that afternoon. But for a few minutes I hardly heard him. £50? It was a lot of money in those days, especially when I would soon be earning 3 shillings a day as an AC2 during my initial training. It didn't solve my financial problems, but it would be a nice little cushion to fall back on. My nearest and dearest are pretty unanimous that I am a bit slow on the uptake, and maybe they are right, because it was many years later before it got through to me that there never was any £50 owing. Siegfried knew I needed a bit of help at that time, and when it all became clear long afterwards, I realised that this was exactly how he would do it. No embarrassment to me. He hadn't even handed me the cheque. As the level in the bottle went down, the conversation became more and more effortless. At one point, some hours later, my mind seemed to have taken on an uncanny clarity, and it was as if I was disembodied and looking down at the pair of us. We had slid very low in our chairs, our heads well down the backs, legs extended far across the rug. My partner's face seemed to stand out in relief, and it struck me that though he was only in his early 30s, he looked a lot older. It was an attractive face, lean, strong-boned, with steady, humorous eyes, but not young. In fact, Siegfried, in the time I had known him, had never looked young. But he has the last laugh now, because he has hardly altered with the years, and is one of those who will never look old. At that moment of the night, when everything was warm and easy and I felt omniscient, it seemed a pity that Tristan wasn't there to make up the familiar threesome. As we talked, the memories marched through the room like a strip of bright pictures. Of November days on the hillsides with the icy rain driving into our faces. Of digging the cars out of snowdrifts. Of the spring sunshine warming the hard countryside. And the thought recurred that Tristan had been part of it all, and that I was going to miss him as much as I would miss his brother. I could hardly believe it when Siegfried rose, threw back the curtains, and the grey light of morning streamed in. I got up and stood beside him as he looked at his watch. 5 o'clock, James, he said and smiled. We've done it again. He opened the French windows and we stepped into the hushed stillness of the garden. I was taking grateful gulps of the sweet air when a single bird call broke the silence. "Did you hear that blackbird?" I said. He nodded, and I wondered if he was thinking the same thing as myself, that it sounded just like the same blackbird which had greeted the early daylight when we talked over my first case those years ago. We went up the stairs together in silence. Siegfried stopped at his door. "Well, James." He held out his hand and his mouth twitched up at the corner. I gripped the hand for a moment, then he turned and went into his room. And as I trailed dumbly up the next flight, it seemed strange that we had never said goodbye. We didn't know when, if ever, we would see each other again. Yet neither of us said a word. I don't know if Siegfried wanted to say anything, but there was a lot trying to burst from me. I wanted to thank him for being a friend as well as a boss, for teaching me so much, and for never letting me down. There were other things too, but I never said them. Come to think of it, I've never even thanked him for that £50. Until now. Chapter 42.
"Look, Jim," Helen said, "this is one engagement we can't be late for. Old Mrs. Hodgson is an absolute pet. She'd be terribly hurt if we let her supper spoil." I nodded. "You're right, my girl, that mustn't happen. But I've only got 3 calls this afternoon, and Tristan's doing the evening. I can't see anything going wrong." This nervousness about a simple action like going out for a meal might be incomprehensible to the layman, but to vets and their wives it was very real, particularly in those days of 1- or 2-man practices. The idea of somebody preparing a meal for me, then waiting in vain for me to turn up, was singularly horrifying, but it happened to all of us occasionally. It remained a gnawing worry whenever Helen and I were asked out, especially to somebody like the Hodgsons. Mr. Hodgson was a particularly likeable old farmer, short-sighted to the point of semi-blindness, but the eyes which peered through the thick glasses were always friendly. His wife was just as kind, and she had looked at me quizzically when I had visited the farm 2 days ago. "Does it make you feel hungry, Mr. Herriot?" "It does indeed, Mrs. Hodgson. It's a marvellous sight." I was washing my hands in the farm kitchen and stealing a glance at the nearby table, where all the paraphernalia of the family pig-killing lay in their full glory. Golden rows of pork pies, spare ribs, a mound of newly made sausages, jars of brawn. Great pots were being filled with lard, newly rendered in the far-side oven. She looked at me thoughtfully. "Why don't you bring Mrs. Herriot round one night and help us eat it?" "Well, that's most kind of you, and I'd love to, but, "Now then, no buts," she laughed. "You know, there's far too much stuff here. We have to give so much away." This was quite true. In the days when every farmer and many of the townsfolk of Danby kept pigs for home consumption, killing time was an occasion for feasting. The hams and sides were cured and hung up, but the masses of offal and miscellaneous pieces had to be eaten at the time, and though farmers with big families could tackle it, others usually passed delicious parcels round their friends, in the happy knowledge that there would be a reciprocation in due course. "Well, thanks, Mrs. Hodgson," I said. "Tuesday evening, then, 7 o'clock?" And here I was on Tuesday afternoon, heading confidently into the country with the image of Mrs. Hodgson's supper hanging before me like a vision of the promised land. I knew what it would be. A glorious mixed grill of spare ribs, onions, liver and pork fillet, garlanded with those divine farm sausages which are seen no more. It was something to dream about. In fact, I was still thinking about it when I drew into Edward Wiggins' farmyard. I walked over to the covered barn and looked in at my patients, a dozen half-grown bullocks resting on the deep straw. I had to inject these fellows with blackleg vaccine. If I didn't, it was a fair bet that one or more of them would be found dead, due to infection with the deadly Clostridium, which dwelt in the pastures of that particular farm. It was a common enough disease, and stockholders had recognised it for generations, and had resorted to some strange practices to prevent it, such as running a seton, a piece of twine or bandage, through the dewlap of the animal, but now we had an efficient vaccine. I was thinking I'd be here for only a few minutes, because Mr. Wiggins' man, Wilf, was an expert beast catcher. Then I saw the farmer coming across the yard, and my spirits sank. He was carrying his lasso. Wilf, by his side, rolled his eyes briefly heavenwards when he saw me. He, too, clearly feared the worst. We went into the barn, and Mr. Wiggin began the painstaking process of arranging his long white rope while we watched him gloomily. He was a frail little man in his 60s, and had spent some years of his youth in America. He didn't talk a lot about it, but everybody in time gained the impression that he had been a sort of cowboy over there, and indeed he talked in a soft Texan drawl and seemed obsessed with the mystique of the ranch and the open range. Anything to do with the Wild West was near to his heart, and nearest of all was his lasso. You could insult Mr. Wiggin with many things and he wouldn't turn a hair, but question his ability to snare the wildest bovine with a single twirl of his rope, and the mild little man could explode into anger. And the unfortunate thing was that he was no good at it. Mr. Wiggin had now got a long loop dangling from his hand, and he began to whirl it round his head as he crept towards the nearest bullock. When he finally made his cast, the result was as expected. The rope fell limply halfway along the animal's back and dropped onto the straw.
"Tarnation,"
said Mr. Wiggin, and started again. He was a man of deliberate movements, and there was something maddening in the way he methodically assembled his rope again. It seemed an age before he once more advanced on the bullock with the rope whirring round his head.
"Bugger it!"
Wilf grunted, as the loop end lashed him across the face. His boss turned on him.
"Keep out of the dad-blasted road, Wilf," he said querulously. "I gotta start again now."
This time he didn't even make contact with the animal, and as he retrieved his lasso from the straw, Wilf and I leant wearily against the wall of the barn. Yet again the whiz of the rope, and a particularly ambitious throw which sent it high into the criss-cross of beams in the roof, where it stuck. The farmer tugged at it several times in vain.
"Gol darn it, it's got round a nail up there. Slip across the yard and fetch a ladder, Wilf."
As I waited for the ladder, then watched Wilf climbing into the shadowy heights of the barn, I pondered on Mr. Wiggin. The way he spoke, the expressions he used, were familiar to most Yorkshire folk since they filtered continually across the Atlantic in films and books. In fact, there were dark mutterings that Mr. Wiggin had learnt them that way, and had never been near a ranch in his life. There was no way of knowing. At last the rope was retrieved, the ladder put away, and the little man went into action once more. He missed again, but one of the bullocks got its foot in the loop, and for a few moments the farmer hung on with fierce determination as the animal produced a series of piston-like kicks to rid itself of the distraction. And as I watched the man's lined face set grimly, the thin shoulders jerking, it came to me that Mr. Wiggin wasn't just catching a beast for injection. He was roping a steer. The smell of the prairie was in his nostrils, the cry of the coyote in his ears. It didn't take long for the bullock to free itself, and with a grunt of "Ornery critter," Mr. Wiggin started again. And as he kept on throwing his rope ineffectually, I was uncomfortably aware that time was passing, and that our chances of doing our job were rapidly diminishing. When you have to handle a bunch of young beasts, the main thing is not to upset them. If Mr. Wiggin hadn't been there, we would have penned them quietly in a corner, and Wilf would have moved among them and caught their noses in his powerful fingers. They were thoroughly upset. They had been peacefully chewing the cud or having a mouthful of hay from the rack, but now, goaded by the teasing rope, were charging around like racehorses. Wilf and I watched in growing despair as Mr. Wiggin for once managed to get a loop round one of them, but it was too wide and slipped down and round the body. The bullock shook it off with an angry bellow, then went off at full gallop, bucking and kicking. I looked at the throng of frenzied creatures milling past. It was getting more like a rodeo every minute. And it was a disastrous start to the afternoon. I had seen a couple of dogs at the surgery after lunch, and it had been nearly 2:30 when I set out. It was now nearly 4 o'clock, and I hadn't done a thing. And I don't think I ever would have, if fate hadn't stepped in. By an amazing fluke, Mr. Wiggin cast his loop squarely over the horns of a shaggy projectile as it thundered past him. The rope tightened on the neck, and Mr. Wiggin on the other end flew gracefully through the air for about 20 feet till he crashed into a wooden feeding trough. We rushed to him and helped him to his feet. Badly shaken but uninjured, he looked at us.
"Doggone, I just couldn't hold the blame thing," he murmured. "Reckon I better sit down in the house for a while. You'll have to catch that pesky lot yourselves."
Back in the barn, Wilf whispered to me, "By God, it's an ill wind, Governor. We can get on now, and maybe it'll make him forget that bloody lasso for a bit." The bullocks were too excited to be caught by the nose, but instead Wilf treated me to an exhibition of roping Yorkshire style. Like many of the local stocksmen, he was an expert with a halter, and it fascinated me to see him dropping it on the head of a moving animal so that one loop fell behind the ears and the other snared the nose. With a gush of relief, I pulled the syringe and bottle of vaccine from my pocket and had the whole batch inoculated within 20 minutes. Driving off, I glanced at my watch, and my pulse quickened as I saw it was 4:45. The afternoon had almost slipped away, and there were still 2 more calls. But I had till 7 o'clock,
And surely I wouldn't come across any more Mr. Wiggins. And as the stone walls flipped past, I ruminated again on that mysterious little man. Had he once been a genuine cowboy, or was the whole thing fantasy? I recalled that one Thursday evening, Helen and I were leaving the Broughton Cinema where we usually finished our half-day. The picture had been a western, and just before leaving the dark interior, I glanced along the back row, and right at the far end I saw Mr. Wiggin, all on his own, huddled in the corner, and looking strangely furtive. Ever since then I have wondered. 5 o'clock saw me hurrying into the small holding belonging to the Misses Dunn. Their pig had cut its neck on a nail, and my previous experience of this establishment suggested that it wouldn't be anything very serious. These two maiden ladies farmed a few acres just outside Dollingsford village. They were objects of interest because they did most of the work themselves, and in the process they lavished such affection on their livestock that they had become like domestic pets. The little buyer held 4 cows, and whenever I had to examine one of them, I could feel the rough tongue of her neighbour licking at my back. Their few sheep ran up to people in the fields and sniffed round their legs like dogs. Calves sucked at your fingers. An ancient pony wandered around wearing a benign expression and nuzzling anyone within reach. The only exception among the amiable colony was the pig, Prudence, who was thoroughly spoilt. I looked at her now as she nosed around the straw in her pen. She was a vast sow, and the 4-inch laceration in her neck muscles was obviously posing no threat to her life, but it was gaping, and couldn't be left like that. "I'll have to put a few stitches in there," I said, and the big Miss Dunn gasped and put a hand to her mouth. "Oh, dear. Will it hurt her? I shan't be able to look, I'm afraid." She was a tall, muscular lady in her 50s with a bright red face, and often, as I looked at her wide shoulders and the great arms with their bulging biceps, I had the feelings that she could flatten me effortlessly with one blow if she so desired. But strangely, she was nervous and squeamish about the realities of animal doctoring, and it was always her little wisp of a sister who helped at lambings, calvings, and the rest. "Oh, you needn't worry, Miss Dunn," I replied. "It'll all be over before she knows what's happening." I climbed into the pen, went up to Prudence, and touched her gently on the neck. Immediately the sow unleashed a petulant scream as though she'd been stabbed with a hot iron, and when I tried to give her back a friendly scratch, the huge mouth opened again, and the deafening sound blasted out. And this time she advanced on me threateningly. I stood my ground till the yawning cavern with its yellowed teeth was almost touching my leg, then I put a hand on the rail and vaulted out of the pen. "We'll have to get her into a smaller space," I said. "I'll never be able to sit her in that big pen. She's too much room to move around, and she's too big to hold." Little Miss Dunn held up her hand. "We have the very place, in the calf house across the yard. If you get her into one of those narrow stalls, she wouldn't be able to turn round." "Fine," I rubbed my hands, "and I'll be able to do the stitching over the top from the passage. Let's get her over there." I opened the door, and after a bit of poking and pushing, Prudence ambled majestically out onto the cobbles of the yard. But there she stood, grunting sulkily, a stubborn glint in her little eyes. And when I leant my weight against her back end, it was like trying to move an elephant. She had no intention of moving any further, and that calf house was 20 yards away. I stole a look at my watch. 5:15, and I didn't seem to be getting anywhere. The little Miss Dunn broke into my thoughts. "Mr. Herriot, I know how we can get her across the yard." "You do?" "Oh, yes. Prudence has been naughty before, and we have found a way of persuading her to move." I managed a smile. "Great! How do you do it?" "Well now," and both sisters giggled, "she is very fond of digestive biscuits." "What's that?" "She simply loves digestive biscuits." "She does? Adores them." "Well, that's very nice," I said, "but I don't quite see—" The big Miss Dunn laughed. "Just you wait, and I'll show you." She began to stroll towards the house, and it seemed to me that though these ladies were by no means typical Dales farmers,
They did share the general attitude that time was of no consequence. The door closed behind her, and I waited. And as the minutes ticked away, I began to think she was brewing herself a cup of tea. In my mounting tension, I turned away and gazed down over the hillside fields to where the grey roofs and old church tower of Dollingsford showed above the riverside trees. The quiet of the scene was in direct contrast to my mental state. Just when I was giving up hope, Big Miss Dunn reappeared carrying a long round paper container. She gave me a roguish smile as she held it up to me. "These are what she likes. Now, just watch." She produced a biscuit and threw it down on the cobbles a few feet in front of the sow. Prudence eyed it impassively for a few moments, then without haste strolled forward, examined it carefully, and began to eat it. When she had finished, Big Miss Dunn glanced at me conspiratorially and threw another biscuit in front of her. The pig again moved on unhurriedly and started on the second course. This was gradually leading her towards the building across the yard, but it was going to take a long time. I reckoned that each biscuit was advancing her about 10 feet, and the calf house would be all of 20 yards away, so, allowing 3 minutes a biscuit, it was going to take nearly 20 minutes to get there. I broke out in a sweat at the thought, and my fears were justified because nobody was in the slightest hurry, especially Prudence, who slowly munched each titbit, then snuffled around, picking up every crumb while the ladies smiled down at her fondly. "Look," I stammered, "do you think you could throw the biscuits a bit further ahead of her? Just to save time, I mean." Little Miss Dunn laughed gaily. "Oh, we've tried that, but she's such a clever old darling. She knows she'll get less that way." To demonstrate, she threw the next biscuit about 15 feet away from the pig, but the massive animal surveyed it with a cynical expression and didn't budge until it was kicked back to the required spot. Miss Dunn was right. Prudence wasn't so daft. So I just had to wait, gritting my teeth as I watched the agonizing progress. I was almost at screaming point at the end, though the others were thoroughly enjoying themselves. But at last the final biscuit was cast into the calf pen. The pig made her leisurely way inside, and the ladies, with triumphant giggles, closed the door behind her. I leapt forward with my needle and suture silk, and of course, as soon as I laid a finger on her skin, Prudence set up an almost unbearable non-stop squeal of rage. Big Miss Dunn put her hands over her ears and fled in terror, but her little sister stayed with me bravely and passed me my scissors and dusting powder whenever I asked, in sign language, above the din. My head was still ringing as I drove away, but that didn't worry me as much as the time. It was 6 o'clock. Chapter 43. Tensely, I assessed my position. The next and final visit was only a couple of miles away. I could make it in 10 minutes. Then, say, 20 minutes on the farm, 15 minutes back to Darrowby, a lightning wash and change, and I could still be pushing my knees under Mrs. Hodgson's table by 7 o'clock. And the next job wasn't a long one, just a bull to ring. Nowadays, since the advent of artificial insemination, there aren't many bulls about. Only the big dairymen and pedigree breeders keep them. But in the 30s, nearly every farmer had one, and inserting rings in their noses was a regular job. The rings were put in when they were about a year old, and were necessary to restrain the big animals when they had to be led around. I was immensely relieved when I arrived to find the gaunt figure of old Ted Buckle the farmer and his 2 men waiting for me in the yard. A classical way for a vet to waste time is to go hollering around the empty buildings, then do more of the same out in the empty fields, waving madly, trying to catch the eye of a dot on the far horizon. "Now then, young man," Ted said. And even that short phrase took a fair time to come out. To me, the old man was a constant delight, speaking the real old Yorkshire, which you seldom hear now, and which I won't try to reproduce here, with slow deliberation, as though he were savouring every syllable as much as I was enjoying listening to him. "You've come, then?" "Yes, Mr. Buckle, and I'm glad to see you're ready and waiting for me." "Aye.
I don't like keeping you fellas hanging about." He turned to his men. "Now then, lads, go into that box and get out of that big lubber for Mr. Herriot." The lads, Ernest and Herbert, who were both in their 60s, shuffled into the bull's loose box and closed the door after them. There were a few seconds of muffled banging against the wood, a couple of bellows and the occasional Anglo-Saxon expression from the men, then silence. "I think they have him now," Ted murmured. And not for the first time I looked wonderingly at his wearing apparel. I had never seen him in anything else but that hat and coat in the time I had known him. With regard to the coat, which countless years ago must have been some kind of mackintosh, two things puzzled me: why he put it on, and how he put it on. The long tatter of unrelated ribbons tied around the middle with binder twine could not possibly afford him any protection from the elements. And how on earth did he know which were the sleeve holes among all the other apertures? And the hat, an almost crownless trilby from the early days of the century, whose brim drooped vertically in sad folds over ears and eyebrows. It seemed incredible that he actually hung the thing up on a peg each night and donned it again in the morning. Maybe the answer was to be found in the utterly serene, humorous eyes which looked out from the skeleton-thin face. Nothing changed for Ted, and the passage of a decade was a fleeting thing. I remember him showing me the old-fashioned reckon which held the pans and kettles over the fire on his farm kitchen. He pointed out the row of holes where you could adjust it for large pans or small, as though it was some modern invention. "Aye, it's a wonderful thing. And Cladd that put it in for me made a grand job." "When was that, Mr. Buckle?" "It was 1897. I remember it well. He was a right good workman, was Cladd." But the men had reappeared with the young bull on a halter, and they soon had him held in the accepted position for ringing. There was a ritual about this job, a set pattern as unvarying as a classical ballet. Ernest and Herbert pulled the bull's head over the half-door and held it there by pulling on a shank on either side of the halter. The portable crush had not yet been invented, and this arrangement with the bull inside the box and the men outside was adopted for safety's sake. The next step was to make a hole through the tough tissue at the extremity of the nasal septum, with the special punch which I had ready in this box. But first there was a little refinement which I had introduced myself. Though it was the general custom to punch the hole without any preliminaries, I always had the feeling that the bull might not like it very much. So I used to inject a couple of cc's of local anaesthetic into the nose before I started. I poised my syringe now, and Ernest, holding the left shank, huddled back apprehensively against the door. "Thou standing middle to side, Ernest," Ted drawled. "Dost thou think he's going to jump on top of that?" "No, no." The man grinned sheepishly and took a shorter hold of the rope. But he jumped back to his former position when I pushed the needle into the gristle just inside the nostril, because the bull let loose a sudden deep-throated bellow of anger and reared up above the door. Ted had delayed ringing this animal. He was nearly 18 months and very big. "Hold him, lads," Ted murmured as the two men clung to the ropes. "That's right. He'll settle down shortly." And he did. With his chin resting on the top of the door, held by the ropes on either side, he was ready for the next act. I pushed my punch into the nose, gripped the handles, and squeezed. I never felt much like a professional gentleman when I did this, but at least my local had worked, and the big animal didn't stir as the jaws of the instrument clicked together, puncturing a small round hole in the hard tissue. The next stage in the solemn rite was unfolded as I unwrapped the bronze ring from its paper covering, took out the screw, and opened the ring wide on its hinge. I waited for the inevitable words. Ted supplied them. "Take thy cap off, Herbert. Thou won't catch cold just for a minute." It was always a cap. A big bucket, a basin would have been more practical to hold that stupid tiny screw, an equally foolish little screwdriver, but it was always a cap.
and a greasy old cap, such as Herbert now removed from his polished pate. The next step would be to slip the ring through the hole I had made, close it, insert the screw, and tighten it up. That was where the cap came in. It was held under the ring to guard against sudden movements, because if the screw fell and was lost in the dirt and straw, then all was lost. Then Ted would hand me the long rasp or file, which every farmer had around somewhere, and I would carefully smooth off the rim of the screw, whether it needed it or not. But this time there was to be a modification of the stereotyped little drama. As I stepped forward with my ring, the young bull and I stood face to face, and for a moment the wide-set eyes under the stubby horns looked into mine. And as I reached out, he must have moved slightly because the sharp end of the ring pricked him a little on the muzzle. The merest touch. But he seemed to take it as a personal insult, because his mouth opened in an exasperated bawl, and again he reared on his hind legs. He was a well-grown animal, and in that position he looked very large indeed, and when his forefeet clumped down on the half-door and the great rib-cage loomed above us, he was definitely formidable. "The bugger's coming over!" Ernest gasped, and released his hold on the halter shank. He had never had much enthusiasm for the job, and he abandoned it now without regret. Herbert was made of sterner stuff, and hung on grimly to his end as the bull thrashed above him, but after a cloven hoof had whizzed past his ear and another whistled just over his gleaming dome, he too let go and fled. Ted, untroubled as always, was well out of range, and there remained only myself, dancing in front of the door and gesticulating frantically at the bull in the vain hope that I might frighten him back whence he came. And the only thing that kept me there was the knowledge that every inch he scrambled out was taking me further from Mrs. Hodgson's glorious supper. I stood my ground until the snorting, bellowing creature was 2/3 over, hanging grotesquely with the top of the door digging deep into his abdomen. Then, with a final plunge, he was into the yard, and I ran for cover. But the bull was not bent on mischief. He took one look at the open gate into the field and thundered through it like an express train. From behind a stack of milk churns I watched sadly as he curveted joyously over the grass, revelling in his newfound freedom. Bucking and kicking, tail in the air, he headed for the far horizon where the wide pasture dipped to a beck which wandered along the floor of a shallow depression. And as he disappeared over the brow of the hill, the last hope of my spare ribs went with him. "It'll take us an hour to catch that bugger," grunted Ernest gloomily. I looked at my watch. 6:30. The bitter injustice of the whole thing overwhelmed me, and I set up a wail of lamentation. "Yes, damn it, and I've got an appointment in Darrowby at 7 o'clock. I stamped over the cobbles for a moment or two, then swung round on old Ted. "I'll never make it now. I'll have to ring my wife. Have you got a phone?" Ted's drawl was lazier than ever. "No, we haven't got no phone. I don't believe in them things." He fished out a tobacco tin from his pocket, unscrewed the lid, and produced a battered timepiece which he scrutinized without haste. "Any road, there's nowt to stop you being back in Darrowby by 7? But, that's impossible. And I can't keep these people waiting. I must get to a phone." "Don't get so flustered, young man." The old man's long face creased into a soothing smile. "I tell ye, you won't be late." I waved my arms around. "But he's just said it'll take an hour to catch that bull." "Fiddlesticks. Ernest always talks like that. He's never happy unless he's miserable. I'll get bull in 5 minutes. 5 minutes? That's ridiculous. I'll drive down the road to the nearest phone box while you're catching him." "You'll do nowt of sort, lad." Ted pointed to a stone water trough against the wall. "Go and sit thyself down and think of summat else. I'll only be 5 minutes." Wearily I sank onto the rough surface and buried my face in my hands. When I looked up, the old man was coming out of the byre, and in front of him ambled a venerable cow. By the number of rings and the long, curving horns, she must have been well into her teens. The gaunt pelvic bones stood out like a hat stand. and underneath her a pendulous udder almost touched the ground. "Get out there, old lass," Ted said, and the old cow trotted into the field, her udder swinging gently at each step. I watched her until she had disappeared over the hill, then turned to see Ted throwing cattle cake into a bucket. He strolled through the gate, and as I gazed uncomprehendingly, he began to beat the bucket with a stick. At the same time, he raised his voice in a reedy tenor and called out across the long stretch of green. "Cush! Cush!" he cried. "Cush, pet! Cush!" Almost immediately the cow reappeared over the brow, and just behind her, the bull. I looked with wonder as Ted banged on his bucket and the cow broke into a stiff gallop with my patient close by her side. When she reached the old man, she plunged her head in among the cake, while the bull, though he was as big as she, pushed his nose underneath her and seized one of her teats in his great mouth. It was an absurd sight, but she didn't seem to mind as the big animal, almost on his knees, sucked away placidly. In fact, it was like a soothing potion, because when the cow was led inside, he followed, and he made no complaint as I slipped the ring in his nose and fastened it in with the screw, which mercifully had survived inside Herbert's cap. 7:15, I panted happily as I jumped into the driving seat. "I'll get there in time now." I could see Helen and me standing on the Hodgson step, and the door opening and the heavenly scent of the spare ribs and onions drifting out from the kitchen. I looked again at the scarecrow figure with the hat brim drooping over the calm eyes. "You did a wonderful job there, Mr. Buckle. I wouldn't have believed it if I hadn't seen it. It was amazing how that bull followed the cow like that." The old man smiled, and I had a sudden, surging impression of the wisdom in that quiet mind. "There's nowt amazing about it, lad. It's most natural thing in world. That's his mother." Chapter 44. I slowed down and gazed along the farm lane. That was Tristan's car parked against the byre, and inside, behind that green door, he was carving a cow. Because Tristan's student days were over. He was a fully-fledged veterinary surgeon now, and the great world of animal doctoring, with all its realities, stretched ahead. Not for long, though, because like many others, he was bound for the army, and would leave soon after myself. But it wouldn't be so bad for Tristan, because at least he would be doing his own job. When Siegfried and I had volunteered for service, there had been no need for our profession in the army, so we had gone into the RAF aircrew, which was the only branch open to our reserved occupation. But when it came to Tristan's turn, the fighting had escalated in the Far East, and they were crying out for vets to doctor the horses, mules, cattle, camels. The timing suggested that the gods were looking after him as usual. In fact, I think the gods love people like Tristan, who sway effortlessly before the winds of fate and spring back with a smile, looking on life always with blithe optimism. Anyway, it seemed natural and inevitable that whereas Siegfried and I, as second-class aircraftsmen, pounded the parade ground for weary hours, Captain Tristan Farnan sailed off to war in style. But in the meantime, I was glad of his help. After my departure, he would run things with the aid of an assistant. Then, when he left, the practice would be in the hands of two strangers till we returned. It seemed strange, but everything was impermanent at that time. I drew up and looked thoughtfully at the car. This was Mark Dowson's place, and when I had rung the surgery from out in the country, Helen had told me about this carving. I didn't want to butt in and fuss, but I couldn't help wondering how Tristan was getting on, because Mr. Dowson was a dour, taciturn character who wouldn't hesitate to come down on the young man if things went wrong. Still, I hadn't anything to worry about, because since he qualified, Tristan was doing fine. The farmers had always liked him during his sporadic visits as a student, but now that he was on the job regularly, the good reports were coming in thick and fast. "I'll tell you, that young fella does work, doesn't spare himself," or, "I've never seen a lad put his heart and soul into it like this one." And one man drew me to one side and muttered, "He makes some queer noises, but he does try. I think he'd kill himself before he'd give up." That last remark made me think. Tristan's forte was certainly not brute effort, and I'd been a bit bewildered at some of the comments till I began to remember some of my experiences with him in his student days. He had always applied his acute intelligence to any situation in his own particular way, and the way he reacted to the little accidents of country practice led me to believe that he was operating a system. The first time I saw this in action was when he was standing by the side of a cow watching me pulling milk from a teat. Without warning, the animal swung round and brought an unyielding cloven hoof down on his foot. This is a common and fairly agonizing experience, and before the days of steel-tipped Wellingtons, I have frequently had the skin removed from my toes in neat parchment-like rolls. When it happened to me, I was inclined to hop around and swear a bit, and my performance was usually greeted with appreciative laughter from the farmers. Tristan, however, handled it differently. He gasped, leant with bowed head against the cow's pelvic bone for a moment, then opened his mouth wide and emitted a long groan. Then, as the cowman and I stared at him, he reeled over the cobbles, dragging the damaged limb uselessly behind him. Arriving at the far wall, he collapsed against it, face on the stone, still moaning pitifully. Thoroughly alarmed, I rushed to his aid. There must be a fracture, and already my mind was busy with plans to get him to hospital with all possible speed. But he revived rapidly, and when we left the byre 10 minutes later, he was tripping along with no trace of a limp. And I did notice one thing. Nobody had laughed at him. He had received only sympathy and commiseration. This sort of thing happened in other places. He sustained a few mild kicks, he was crushed between cows, he met with many of the discomforts which are part of our life, and he reacted in the same histrionic way. And how it paid off! To a man, the farmers exhibited the deepest concern when he went into his act, and there was something more. It actually improved his image. I was pleased about that, because impressing Yorkshire farmers isn't the easiest task, and if Tristan's method worked, it was all right with me. But I smiled to myself as I sat outside the farm. I couldn't see Mr. Dowson being affected by any sign of suffering. I had had my knocks there in the past, and he obviously hadn't cared a damn. On an impulse, I drove down the lane and walked into the byre. Tristan, stripped off and soaped, was just inserting an arm into a large red cow, while the farmer, pipe in hand, was holding the tail. My colleague greeted me with a pleasant smile, but Mr. Dowson just nodded curtly. "What have you got, Tris?" I asked. "Both legs back," he replied, "and they're a long way in. Look at the length of her pelvis." I knew what he meant. It wasn't a difficult presentation, but it could be uncomfortable in these long cows. I leant back against the wall. I might as well see how he fared. He braced himself and reached as far forward as he could, and just then the cow's flanks bulged as she strained hard against him. This is never very nice. The powerful contractions of the uterus squeeze the arms relentlessly between calf and pelvis, and you have to grit your teeth till it passes off. Tristan, however, went a little further. "Ooh, ah, ouch!" he cried. Then, as the animal still kept up the pressure, he went into a gasping groan. When she finally relaxed, he stood there quite motionless for a few seconds, his head hanging down as though the experience had drained him of all his strength. The farmer drew on his pipe and regarded him impassively. Throughout the years I had known Mr. Dowson, I had never seen any particular emotion portrayed in those hard eyes and craggy features. In fact, it had always seemed to me that I could have dropped down dead in front of him, and he wouldn't even blink. My colleague continued his struggle, and the cow, entering into the spirit of the game, fought back with a will. Some animals will stand quietly and submit to all kinds of internal interference, but this was a strainer. Every movement of the arm within her was answered by a violent, expulsive effort. I had been through it 100 times, and I could almost feel the grinding pressure on the wrist, the helpless numbing of the fingers. Tristan showed what he thought about it all by a series of heart-rending sounds. His repertoire was truly astounding, and he ranged from long, harrowing moans, through shrill squeals, to an almost tearful whimpering. At first, Mr. Dowson appeared oblivious to the whole business, puffing smoke, glancing occasionally through the bar door, scratching at the bristle on his chin. But as the minutes passed, his eyes were dragged more and more to the suffering creature before him, until his whole attention was riveted on the young man. And in truth, it was worth watching, because Tristan added to his vocal performance an extraordinary display of facial contortions. He sucked in his cheeks, rolled his eyes, twisted his lips, did everything, in fact, but wiggle his ears. And there was no doubt he was getting through to Mr. Dowson. As the noises and grimaces became more extravagant, the farmer showed signs of growing uneasiness. He darted anxious glances at my colleague, and occasionally his pipe trembled violently. Like me, he clearly thought some dreadful climax was at hand. As if trying to bring matters to a head, the cow started to build up a supreme effort. She straddled her legs wide, grunted deeply, and went into a prolonged heave. As her back arched, Tristan opened his mouth wide in a soundless protest, then little panting cries began to escape him. This, I thought, was his most effective ploy yet. A long-drawn ah, 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 creeping gradually up the scale and building increasing tension in his audience. My toes were curling with apprehension when, with superb timing, he released a sudden, piercing scream. That was when Mr. Dowson cracked. His pipe had almost wobbled from his mouth, but now he stuffed it into his pocket and rushed to Tristan's side. "It's all right, young man?" he inquired hoarsely. My colleague, his face a mask of anguish, did not reply. The farmer tried again. "Will I get you a cup of tea?" For a moment Tristan made no response. Then, eyes closed, he nodded dumbly. Mr. Dowson scampered eagerly from the byre and within minutes returned with a steaming mug. After that I had to shake my head to dispel the feeling of unreality. It couldn't be true. This vision of the hard-bitten farmer feeding the tea to the young man in sips, cradling the lolling head in a horny hand. Tristan was still inside the cow, still apparently semi-conscious with pain, but submitting helplessly to the farmer's ministrations. With a sudden lunge he produced one of the calf's legs, and as he flopped against the cow's rump he was rewarded with another long gulp of tea. After the first leg the rest wasn't so bad, and the second leg and the calf itself soon followed. As the little creature landed wriggling on the floor, Tristan collapsed on his knees beside it and extended a trembling hand towards a pile of hay, prepared to give the new arrival a rub down. Mr. Dowson would have none of it. "George!" he bellowed to one of his men in the yard. "Get in here and wisp this calf." Then, solicitously to Tristan, "You maun come into house, lad, and have a drop of brandy. You're about all in." The dream continued in the farm kitchen, and I watched disbelievingly as my colleague fought his way back to health and strength with the aid of several stiff measures of Martel 3-star. I had never had treatment like this, and a wave of envy swept over me as I wondered whether it was worth adopting Tristan's system. But I still have never found the courage to try it. Chapter 45. It was strange, but somehow the labels on the calves' backs made them look even more pathetic. The auction-mart labels stuck roughly with paste on the hairy rumps, stressing the little creature's role as helpless merchandise. As I lifted one sodden tail and inserted the thermometer, a thin, whitish diarrhea trickled from the rectum and streamed down the thighs and hocks. "It's the old story, I'm afraid, Mr. Clark," I said. The farmer shrugged and dug his thumbs under his braces. In the blue overalls and peaked porter's cap he always wore, he didn't look much like a farmer, and for that matter this place did not greatly resemble a farm. The calves were in a converted railway wagon, and all around lay a weird conglomeration of rusting agricultural implements, pieces of derelict cars, broken chairs. "Ah, it's a beggar, isn't he?
I wish I didn't have to buy calves in markets, but you can't always find them on farms when you want them. This lot looked all right when I got them 2 days since." "I'm sure they did." I looked at the 5 calves, arch-backed, trembling, miserable. "But they've had a rough time, and it's showing now. Taken from their mothers at a week old, carted for miles in a draughty wagon, standing for most of the day at the mart, then the final journey here on a cold afternoon. They didn't have a chance." "Well, I gave them a good bellyful of milk as soon as they came. They looked a bit starved, and I thought it would warm them up." "Yes, you'd think it would, Mr. Clark, but really their stomachs weren't in a fit state to accept rich food like that when they were cold and tired. Look, next time, if I were you, I'd just give them a drink of warm water with maybe a little glucose, and make them comfortable till next day." White scour, they called it. It killed countless thousands of calves every year, and the name always sent a chill through me, because the mortality rate was depressingly high. I gave each of them a shot of E. coli antiserum. Most authorities said it did no good, and I was inclined to agree with them. Then I rummaged in my car boot and produced a packet of our astringent powders of chalk, opium, and catechu. "Here, give them one of these 3 times a day, Mr. Clark," I said. I tried to sound cheerful, but I'm sure my tone lacked conviction. Whiskered veterinary surgeons in top hats and tailcoats had been prescribing chalk, opium, and catechu 100 years ago. And though it might have been helpful in mild diarrhea, it was almost useless against the lethal bacterial enteritis of white scour. It was a waste of time just trying to dry up the diarrhea. What was wanted was a drug which would knock out the vicious bugs which caused it, but there wasn't such a thing around. However, there was one thing which we vets of those days used to do, which is sometimes neglected since the arrival of the modern drugs. We attended to the comfort and nursing of the animals. The farmer and I wrapped each calf in a big sack, which went right round its body and was fastened with binder twine round the ribs, in front of the brisket, and under the tail. Then I fussed round the shed, plugging up draught holes, putting up a screen of straw bales between the calves and the door. Before I left, I took a last look at them. But there was no doubt they were warm and sheltered now. They would need every bit of help, with only my astringent powders fighting for them. I didn't see them again until the following afternoon. Mr. Clark was nowhere around, so I went over to the railway wagon and opened the half door. This, to me, is the thing that lies at the very heart of veterinary practice. The wondering and worrying about how your patient is progressing. Then, the long moment when you open that door and find out. I rested my elbows on the timbers and looked inside. The calves were lying quite motionless on their sides. In fact, I had to look closely to make sure they were not dead. I banged the door behind me with deliberate force, but not a head was raised. Walking through the deep straw and looking down at the outstretched animals, each in his rough sacking jacket, I swore to myself. It looked as though the whole lot was going to perish. Great, great, I thought as I kicked among the straw. Not just 1 or 2, but 100% death rate this time. "Well, you don't look very hopeful, young man." Mr. Clark's head and shoulders loomed over the half door. I dug my hands into my pockets. "No, damn it, I'm not. They've gone down really fast, haven't they?" "Aye, it's over with them, all right. I've just been in t'house ringing Mallock." The knacker man's name was like a pealing of a mournful bell. "But they're not dead yet," I said. "No, but it won't be long. Mallock allus gives a bob or 2 more if he can get a beast alive. Makes fresher dog meat, he says." I didn't say anything, and I must have looked despondent because the farmer gave a wry smile and came over to me. "'Tisn't your fault, lad. I know all about this dang white scour. If you get the right bad sort, there's nothing anybody can do. And you can't blame me for trying to get a bit back. I've got to make the best of a bad job." "Oh, I know," I said. "I'm just disappointed I can't have a go at them with this new medicine." "What's that, then?" I took the tin from my pocket and read the label. "It's called M&B 693, or sulfapyridine, to give it its scientific name. Just came in the post this morning. It's one of a completely new range of drugs. They're called the sulfonamides, and we've never had anything like them before. They're supposed to actually kill certain germs, such as the organisms which cause scour."
Mr. Clark took the tin from me and removed the lid. A lot of little blue tablets, eh? Well, I've seen a few wonder cures for this ailment, but none of them's much good. This'll be another, I'll bet. Yeah, it could be, I said. But there's been a lot of discussion about these sulfonamides in our veterinary journals. They're not quack remedies. They're a completely fresh field. I wish I could have tried them on your calves. Well, look at him. The farmer gazed gloomily over the 5 still bodies. Their eyes are going back in their heads. Have you ever seen calves like that get better? No, I haven't, but I'd still like to have a go. As I spoke, a tall-sided wagon rumbled into the yard. A sprightly, stocky man descended from the driver's seat and came over to us. By God, Jeff, said Mr. Clark, you haven't been long? No, they got me on phone at Jenkinson's just down road. He gave me a smile of peculiar sweetness. I studied Jeff Mallock, as I always did, with a kind of wonder. He had spent the greater part of his 40-odd years delving in decomposing carcasses, slashing nonchalantly with his knife at tuberculous abscesses, wallowing in infected blood and filthy uterine exudates, yet he remained a model of health and fitness. He had the clear eyes and the smooth pink skin of a 20-year-old, and the effect was heightened by the untroubled serenity of his expression. To the best of my knowledge, Jeff never took any hygienic precautions such as washing his hands, and I have seen him enjoying a snack on his premises, seated on a heap of bones and gripping a cheese and onion sandwich with greasy fingers. He peered over the door at the calves. Yes, a clear case of stagnation at lungs. There's a lot of it about right now. Mr. Clark looked at me narrowly. Lungs? You never said out about lungs, young man. Like all farmers, he had complete faith in Jeff's instant diagnosis. I mumbled something. I had found it useless to argue this point. The knacker man's amazing ability to tell at a glance the cause of an animal's illness or death was a frequent source of embarrassment to me. No examination was necessary. He just knew. And of all his weird catalogue of diseases, stagnation at lungs was the favourite. He turned to the farmer. Well, I'd better shift them now, Willie. Reckon they won't last much longer. I bent down and lifted the head of the nearest calf. They were all shorthorns, 3 roans, a red, and this one, which was pure white. I passed my fingers over the hard little skull, feeling the tiny horn buds under the rough hair. When I withdrew my hand, the head dropped limply onto the straw, and it seemed to me that there was something of finality and resignation in the movement. My thoughts were interrupted by the roar of Jeff's engine. He was backing his wagon round to the door of the calf house, and as the high, unpainted boards darkened the entrance, the atmosphere of gloom deepened. These little animals had suffered 2 traumatic journeys in their short lives. This was to be the last, the most fateful and the most sordid. When the knacker man came in, he stood by the farmer, looking at me as I squatted in the straw among the prostrate creatures. They were both waiting for me to quit the place, leaving my failure behind me. You know, Mr. Clark, I said, even if we could save one of them, it would help to reduce your loss. The farmer regarded me expressionlessly. But they're all dying, lad. You said so yourself. Yes, I did, I know, but the circumstances could be a bit different today. I know what it is. He laughed suddenly. You've got your heart set on having a go with them little tablets, haven't you? I didn't answer, but looked up at him with a mute appeal. He was silent for a few moments, then he put a hand on Mallock's shoulder. Jeff, if this young feller is that concerned about my stock, I'll have to humour him. You're not bothered, are you? Nay, Willie, nay, replied Jeff, completely unruffled. I can pick 'em up tomorrow, just as easy. Right, I said. Let's have a look at the instructions. I fished out the pamphlet from the tin and read rapidly, working out the dose for the weight of the calves. We'll have to give them a loading dose first. I think 12 tablets per calf, then 6 every 8 hours after that. Well, how do you get them down their necks? The farmer asked. We'll have to crush them and shake them up in water. Can we go into the house to do that? In the farm kitchen, we borrowed Mrs. Clark's potato masher and pounded the tablets until we had 5 initial doses measured out. Then we returned to the shed and began to administer them to the calves. We had to go carefully, as the little creatures were so weak they had difficulty in swallowing. But the farmer held each head while I trickled the medicine into the side of the mouth. Jeff enjoyed every minute of it. He showed no desire to leave, but produced a pipe, richly decorated with nameless tissues, leant on the top of the half-door and, puffing happily, watched us with tranquil eyes. He was quite unperturbed by his wasted journey, and when we had finished he climbed into his wagon and waved to us cordially. "I'll be back to pick 'em up in morning, Willie," he cried, quite without malice, I'm sure. "There's no cure for stagnation at lungs." I thought of his words next day as I drove back to the farm. He was just stating the fact. His supply of dog meat was merely being postponed for another 24 hours. But at least, I told myself, I had the satisfaction of having tried, and since I expected nothing, I wasn't going to be disappointed. As I pulled up in the yard, Mr. Clark walked over and spoke through the window. "There's no need for you to get out of the car." His face was a grim mask. "Oh," I said, the sudden lurch in my stomach belying my calm facade. "Like that, is it?" "Aye. Come and look here." He turned and I followed him over to the shed. By the time the door creaked open, a slow misery had begun to seep into me. Unwillingly, I gazed into the interior. 4 of the calves were standing in a row looking up at us with interest. 4 shaggy, rough-jacketed figures, bright-eyed and alert. The 5th was resting on the straw, chewing absently at one of the strings which held his sack. The farmer's weathered face split into a delighted grin. "Well, I told you there was no need to get out of your car, didn't I? They didn't need no veterinary, they're back to normal." I didn't say anything. This was something which my mind, as yet, could not comprehend. As I stared unbelievingly, the 5th calf rose from the straw and stretched luxuriously. "He's raxing, do you see?" cried Mr. Clark. "There's not much wrong with 'em when they do that." We went inside and I began to examine the little animals. Temperatures were normal. The diarrhea had dried up. It was uncanny. As if in celebration, the white calf, which had been all but dead yesterday, began to caper about the shed, kicking up his legs like a mustang. "Look at that little bugger," burst out the farmer. "By God, I wish I was as fit myself." I put the thermometer back in its tube and dropped it into my side pocket. "Well, Mr. Clark," I said slowly, "I've never seen anything like this. I still feel stunned." "Beats hen racing, doesn't it?" the farmer said, wide-eyed. Then he turned towards the gate as a wagon appeared from the lane. It was the familiar doom-burdened vehicle of Jeff Mallock. The knacker man showed no emotion as he looked into the shed. In fact, it was difficult to imagine anything disturbing those pink cheeks and placid eyes. But I fancied the puffs of blue smoke from his pipe came a little faster as he took in the scene. The pipe itself showed some fresh deposits on his bowl, some fragments of liver, I fancied, since yesterday. When he had looked his fill, he turned and strolled towards his wagon. On the way, he gazed expansively around him, and then at the dark clouds piling in the western sky. "I think it'll turn to rain afore day's out, Willie," he murmured. I didn't know it at the time, but I had witnessed the beginning of a revolution. It was my first glimpse of the tremendous therapeutic breakthrough which was to sweep the old remedies into oblivion. The long rows of ornate glass bottles with their carved stoppers and Latin inscriptions would not stand on the dispensary shelves much longer, and their names, dearly familiar for many generations, sweet spirits of nitre, sal ammoniac, tincture of camphor, would be lost and vanish forever. This was the beginning, and just around the corner a new wonder was waiting. Penicillin and the other antibiotics. At last we had something to work with. At last we could use drugs which we knew were going to do something. All over the country, probably all over the world at that time, vets were having these first spectacular results, going through the same experience as myself, some with cows, some with dogs and cats, others with valuable racehorses, sheep, pigs in all kinds of environments. But for me it happened in that old converted railway wagon, among the jumble of rusting junk on Willie Clark's farm. Of course, it didn't last. Not the miraculous part of it, anyway. What I had seen at Willie Clark's was the impact of something new on an entirely unsophisticated bacterial population, but it didn't go on like that. In time, the organisms developed a certain amount of resistance, and new and stronger sulfonamides and antibiotics had to be produced. And so the battle has continued. We have good results now, but no miracles. And I feel I was lucky to be one of the generation which was in at the beginning, when the wonderful things did happen. Those 5 calves never looked behind them, and the memory of them gives me a warm glow even now. Willie, of course, was overjoyed, and even Jeff Mallock gave the occasion his particular accolade. As he drove away, he called back to us. "Them little blue tablets must have good stuff in them. They're first things I've ever seen could cure stagnation at lungs." Chapter 46. There was one marvellous thing about the setup in Darrowby. I had the inestimable advantage of being a large animal practitioner with a passion for dogs and cats, so that although I spent most of my time in the wide outdoors of Yorkshire, there was always the captivating background of the household pets to make a contrast. I treated some of them every day, and it made an extra interest in my life. Interest of a different kind, based on sentiment instead of commerce. And because of the way things were, it was something I could linger over and enjoy. I suppose with a very intensive small animal practice, it would be easy to regard the thing as a huge sausage machine, an endless procession of hairy forms to prod with hypodermic needles, but in Darrowby we got to know them all as individual entities. Driving through the town, I was able to identify my ex-patients without difficulty. Rover Johnson recovered from his ear canker, coming out of the ironmonger's with his mistress. Patch Walker, whose broken leg had healed beautifully, balanced happily on the back of his owner's coal wagon. Or Spot Briggs, who was a bit of a rake anyway, and would soon be tearing himself again on barbed wire, ambling all alone across the marketplace cobbles in search of adventure. I got quite a kick out of recalling their ailments and mulling over their characteristics, because they all had their own personalities, and they were manifested in different ways. One of these was their personal reaction to me and my treatment. Most dogs and cats appeared to bear me not the slightest ill will, despite the fact that I usually had to do something disagreeable to them. But there were exceptions, and one of these was Magnus, the miniature dachshund from the Drover's Arms. He was in my mind now as I leant across the bar counter. "A pint of Smith's, please, Danny," I whispered. The barman grinned. "Coming up, Mr. Herriot." He pulled at the lever and the beer hissed gently into the glass, and as he passed it over, the froth stood high and firm on the surface. "This ale looks really fit tonight," I breathed, almost inaudibly. "Fit? It's beautiful." Danny looked fondly at the brimming glass. "In fact, it's a shame to sell it." I laughed, but pianissimo. "Well, it's nice of you to spare me a drop." I took a deep pull and turned to old Mr. Fairbairn, who was, as always, sitting at the far corner of the bar with his own fancy flower-painted glass in his hand. "It's been a grand day, Mr. Fairbairn," I murmured, sotto voce. The old man put his hand to his ear. "What's that you say?" "Nice warm day it's been." My voice was like a soft breeze sighing over the marshes. I felt a violent dig at my back. "What the heck's the matter with you, Jim? Have you got laryngitis?" I turned and saw the tall, bald-headed figure of Dr. Allinson, my medical adviser and friend. "Hello, Harry," I cried. "Nice to see you." Then I put my hand to my mouth, but it was too late. A furious yapping issued from the manager's office. It was loud and penetrating, and it went on and on. "Damn, I forgot," I said wearily. "There goes Magnus again." "Magnus? What are you talking about?" "Well, it's a long story." I took another sip at my beer as the din continued from the office. It really shattered the peace of the comfortable bar, and I could see the regulars fidgeting and looking out into the hallway. Would that little dog ever forget? It seemed a long time now since Mr. Beckwith, the new young manager at the Drovers, had brought Magnus into the surgery, He had looked a little apprehensive. "You'll have to watch him, Mr. Herriot." "What do you mean?" "Well, be careful. He's very vicious." I looked at the sleek little form, a mere brown dot on the table. He would probably turn the scale at around 6 pounds, and I couldn't help laughing. "Vicious? Well, he's not big enough, surely." "Don't you worry." Mr. Beckwith raised a warning finger. "I took him to the vet in Bradford, where I used to manage the White Swan, and he sank his teeth into the poor chap's finger." "He did?" "He certainly did. Right down to the bone, by God, I'd never heard such language, but I couldn't blame the man. There was blood all over the place. I had to help him put a bandage on." I see." It was nice to be told before you had been bitten, and not after. "And what was he trying to do to the dog?" "Must have been something pretty major." "It wasn't, you know. All I wanted was his nails clipping." "Is that all? And why have you brought him today?" "Same thing." "Well, honestly, Mr. Beckwith," I said, "I think we can manage to cut his nails without bloodshed. If he'd been a bull mastiff or an Alsatian, we might have had a problem. But I think that you and I, between us, can control a miniature dachshund." The manager shook his head. "Don't bring me into it." "I'm sorry, but I'd rather not hold him if you don't mind." "Why not?" "Well, he'd never forgive me. He's a funny little dog." I rubbed my chin. "But if he's as difficult as you say and you can't hold him, what do you expect me to do?" "I don't know, really. Maybe you could sort of dope him, knock him out." "You mean a general anaesthetic? To cut his claws?" "It'll be the only way, I'm afraid." Mr. Beckwith stared gloomily at the tiny animal. "You don't know him." It was difficult to believe, but it seemed pretty obvious that this canine morsel was the boss at the Beckwith home. In my experience, many dogs had occupied this position, but none as small as this one. Anyway, I had no time to waste on this nonsense. "Look," I said, "I'll put a tape muzzle on his nose, and I'll have this job done in a couple of minutes." I reached behind me for the nail clippers and laid them on the table. Then I unrolled a length of bandage and tied it in a loop. "Good boy, Magnus," I said ingratiatingly as I advanced towards him. The little dog eyed the bandage unwinkingly until it was almost touching his nose. Then, with a surprising outburst of ferocity, he made a snarling leap at my hand. I felt the draft on my fingers as a row of sparkling teeth snapped shut half an inch away. But as he turned to have another go, my free hand clamped on the scruff of his neck. "Right, Mr. Beckwith," I said calmly. "I have him now. Just pass me that bandage again, and I won't be long." But the young man had had enough. "Not me," he gasped. "I'm off." He turned the door handle, and I heard his feet scurrying along the passage. "Ah, well," I thought, "it was probably best." With boss dogs, my primary move was usually to get the owner out of the way. It was surprising how quickly these tough guys calmed down when they found themselves alone with a no-nonsense stranger who knew how to handle them. I could recite a list who were raving tearaways in their own homes, but apologetic tail-waggers once they crossed the surgery threshold, and they were all bigger than Magnus. Retaining my firm grip on his neck, I unwound another foot of bandage, and as he fought furiously, mouth gaping, lips retracted like a scaled-down Siberian wolf, I slipped the loop over his nose, tightened it, and tied the knot behind his ears. His mouth was now clamped shut, and just to make sure, I applied a second bandage so that he was well and truly trussed. This was when they usually packed in, and I looked confidently at the dog for signs of submission. But above the encircling white coils, the eyes glared furiously, and from within the little frame, an enraged growling issued, rising and falling like the distant droning of 1,000 bees. Sometimes a stern word or two had the effect of showing them who was boss. "Magnus," I barked at him, "that's enough. Behave yourself." I gave his neck a shake to make it quite clear that I wasn't kidding, but the only response was a sidelong squint of pure defiance from the slightly bulging eyes. I lifted the clippers. "All right," I said wearily, "if you won't have it one way, you'll have it the other." And I tucked him under one arm, seized a paw, and began to clip. He couldn't do a thing about it. He fought and wriggled, but I had him as in a vice. And as I methodically trimmed the overgrown nail, wrathful bubbles escaped on either side of the bandage along with his splutterings. If dogs could swear, I was getting the biggest cursing in history. I did my job with particular care, taking pains to keep well away from the sensitive core of the claw, so that he felt nothing. but it made no difference. The indignity of being mastered for once in his life was insupportable. Towards the conclusion of the operation, I began to change my tone. I had found in the past that once dominance has been established, it is quite easy to work up a friendly relationship, so I started to introduce a wheedling note. "Good little chap," I cooed. "That wasn't so bad, was it?" I laid down the clippers and stroked his head as a few more resentful bubbles forced their way round the bandage. "All right, Magnus. We'll take your muzzle off now." I began to loosen the knot. "You'll feel a lot better then, won't you?" So often it happened that when I finally removed the restraint, the dog would apparently decide to let bygones be bygones, and in some cases would even lick my hand. But not so with Magnus. As the last turn of bandage fell from his nose, he made another very creditable attempt to bite me. "All right, Mr. Beckwith," I called along the passage. "You can come and get him now." My final memory of the visit was of the little dog turning at the top of the surgery steps and giving me a last dirty look before his master led him down the street. It said very clearly, "Right, mate. I won't forget you." That had been weeks ago, but ever since that day the very sound of my voice was enough to set Magnus yapping his disapproval. At first the regulars treated it as a big joke, but now they had started to look at me strangely. Maybe they thought I had been cruel to the animal or something. It was all very embarrassing because I didn't want to abandon the drovers. The bar was always cosy, even on the coldest night, and the beer very consistent. Anyway, if I had gone into another pub, I would probably have started to do my talking in whispers, and people would have looked at me even more strangely then. How different it was with Mrs. Hammond's Irish setter. This started with an urgent phone call one night when I was in the bath. Helen knocked on the bathroom door, and I dried off quickly and threw on my dressing gown. I ran upstairs, and as soon as I lifted the receiver, an anxious voice burst in my ear. "Mr. Herriot, it's Rock. He's been missing for 2 days, and a man has just brought him back now. He found him in a wood with his foot in a gin trap. He must—" I heard a half sob at the end of the line. "He must have been caught there all this time." "Oh, I'm sorry. Is he very bad?" "Yes, it is." Mrs. Hammond was the wife of one of the local bank managers, and a capable, sensible woman. There was a pause, and I imagined her determinedly gaining control of herself. When she spoke, her voice was calm. "Yes. I'm afraid it looks as though he'll have to have his foot amputated." "Oh, I'm terribly sorry to hear that." But I wasn't really surprised. A limb compressed in one of those barbarous instruments for 48 hours would be in a critical state. These traps are now mercifully illegal, but in those days they often provided me with the kind of jobs I didn't want and the kind of decisions I hated to make. Did you take a limb from an uncomprehending animal to keep it alive? Or did you bring down the merciful but final curtain of euthanasia? I was responsible for the fact that there were several three-legged dogs and cats running around Dannerby, and though they seemed happy enough and their owners still had the pleasure of their pets, the thing for me was clouded with sorrow. Anyway, I would do what had to be done. "Bring him straight round, Mrs. Hammond," I said. Rock was a big dog, but he was the lean type of setter, and seemed very light as I lifted him onto the surgery table. As my arms encircled the unresisting body, I could feel the rib cage sharply ridged under the skin. "He's lost a lot of weight," I said. His mistress nodded. "Well, it's been a long time without food. He ate ravenously when he came in, despite his pain." I put a hand under the dog's elbow and gently lifted the leg. The vicious teeth of the trap had been clamped on the radius and ulna, but what worried me was the grossly swollen state of the foot. It was at least twice its normal size. "What do you think, Mr. Herriot?" Mrs. Hammond's hands twisted anxiously at the handbag, which every woman seemed to bring to the surgery irrespective of the circumstances. I stroked the dog's head. Under the light, the rich sheen of the coat glowed red and gold. This terrific swelling of the foot, it's partly due to inflammation, but also to the fact that the circulation was pretty well cut off for the time he was in the trap. The danger is gangrene. That's when the tissue dies and decomposes. I know, she replied. I did a bit of nursing before I married. Carefully, I lifted the enormous foot. Rock gazed calmly in front of him as I felt around the metacarpals and phalanges, working my way up to the dreadful wound. Well, it's a mess, I said, but there are two good things. First, the leg isn't broken. The trap has gone right down to the bone, but there is no fracture. And second, and more important, the foot is still warm. That's a good sign. Oh, yes. It means there's still some circulation. If the foot had been cold and clammy, the thing would have been hopeless. I would have had to amputate. You think you can save the foot, then? I held up my hand. I don't know, Mrs. Hammond. As I say, he still has some circulation, but the question is how much. Some of this tissue is bound to slough off, and things could look very nasty in a few days, but I'd like to try. I flushed out the wound with a mild antiseptic in warm water and gingerly explored the grisly depths. As I snipped away the pieces of damaged muscle and cut off the shreds and flaps of dead skin, the thought was uppermost that it must be extremely unpleasant for the dog. But Rock held his head high and scarcely flinched. Once or twice he turned his head towards me inquiringly as I probed deeply, and at times I felt his moist nose softly brushing my face as I bent over the foot, but that was all. The injury seemed like a desecration. There are few more beautiful dogs than an Irish setter, and Rock was a picture, sleek-coated and graceful with silky feathers on legs and tail and a noble, gentle-eyed head. As the thought of how he would look without a foot drove into my mind, I shook my head and turned quickly to lift the sulfanilamide powder from the trolley behind me. Thank heavens this was now available, one of the new revolutionary drugs, and I packed it deep into the wound with the confidence that it would really do something to keep down the infection. I applied a layer of gauze, then a light bandage with a feeling of fatalism. There was nothing else I could do. Rock was brought in to me every day, and every day he endured the same procedure. The removal of the dressing, which was usually adhering to the wound to some degree, then the inevitable trimming of the dying tissues and the rebandaging. Yet, incredibly, he never showed any reluctance to come. Most of my patients came in very slowly, and left at top speed, dragging their owners on the end of the leads. In fact, some turned tail at the door, slipping their collar, and sped down Trengate with their owners in hot pursuit. Dogs aren't so daft, and there is doubtless a dentist's chair type of association about a vet's surgery. Rock, however, always marched in happily with a gentle waving of his tail. In fact, when I went into the waiting room and saw him sitting there, he usually offered me his paw. This had always been a characteristic gesture of his, but there seemed something uncanny about it when I bent over him and saw the white swathed limb outstretched towards me. After a week, the outlook was grim. All the time the dead tissue had been sloughing, and one night when I removed the dressing, Mrs. Hammond gasped and turned away. With her nursing training, she had been very helpful, holding the foot this way and that, intuitively as I worked. But tonight, she didn't want to look. I couldn't blame her. In places, the white bones of the metacarpals could be seen like the fingers of a human hand, with only random strands of skin covering them. "Is it hopeless, do you think?" she whispered, still looking away. I didn't answer for a moment as I felt my way underneath the foot. "It does look awful, but do you know, I think we have reached the end of the road and are going to turn the corner soon." "How do you mean?" "Well, all the undersurface is sound and warm, his pads are perfectly intact, and do you notice, there's no smell tonight? That's because there is no more dead stuff to cut away. I really think this foot is going to start granulating." She stole a look. "And do you think those bones will be covered over?" "Yes, I do." I dusted on the faithful sulfanilamide. "It won't be exactly the same foot as before, but it will do." And it turned out just that way. It took a long time, but the new healthy tissue worked its way upwards as though determined to prove me right. And when, many months later, Rock came into the surgery with a mild attack of conjunctivitis, he proffered a courteous paw, as was his wont. I accepted the civility, and as we shook hands, I looked at the upper surface of the foot. It was hairless, smooth and shining, but it was completely healed. "You'd hardly notice it, would you?" Mrs. Hammond said. "That's right. Why, it's marvellous. Just this little bare patch, and he walked in without a limp." Mrs. Hammond laughed. "Oh, he's quite sound on that leg now. And you know, I really think he's grateful to you. Look at him." I suppose the animal psychologist would say it was ridiculous even to think that a big dog realised I had done him a bit of good. That lolling-tongued open mouth, warm eyes and outstretched paw didn't mean anything like that. Maybe they are right. But what I do know and cherish is the certainty that after all the discomforts I put him through, Rock didn't hold a thing against me. I have to turn to the other side of the coin to discuss Timmy Butterworth. He was a wire-haired fox terrier who resided in Gimber's Yard, one of the little cobbled alleys off Trengate, and the only time I had to treat him was one lunchtime. I had just got out of the car and was climbing the surgery steps when I saw a little girl running along the street waving frantically as she approached. I waited for her, and when she panted up to me, her eyes were wide with fright. "I'm Wendy Butterworth," she gasped. "Me mam sent me. Will you come to our dog?" "What's wrong with him?" "Me mam says he's et summat." "Poison?" "I think so." It was less than 100 yards away, not worth taking the car. I broke into a trot with Wendy by my side, and within seconds we were turning into the narrow archway of the yard. Our feet clattered along the tunnel-like passage, then we emerged into one of the unlikely scenes which had surprised me so much when I first came to Derby. The miniature street with its tiny, crowded houses, strips of garden, bow windows looking into each other across a few feet of cobbles. But I had no time to gaze around me today, because Mrs. Butterworth, stout, red-faced and very flustered, was waiting for me. "He's in here, Mr. Herriot," she cried, and threw wide the door of one of the cottages. It opened straight into the living room, and I saw my patient sitting on the hearthrug looking somewhat thoughtful. "What's happened then?" I asked. The lady clasped and unclasped her hands. "I saw a big rat run down across the yard yesterday, and I got some poison to put down for him." She gulped agitatedly. "I mixed it in a saucer full of porridge, then somebody came to the door, and when I came back, Timmy was just finishing it off." The terrier's thoughtful expression had deepened, and he ran his tongue slowly round his lips with the obvious reflection that that was the strangest porridge he had ever tasted. I turned to Mrs. Butterworth. "Have you got the poison tin there?" "Yes, here it is." With a violently trembling hand she passed it to me. I read the label. It was a well-known name, and the very look of it sounded a knell in my mind, recalling the many dead and dying animals with which it was associated. Its active ingredient was zinc phosphide, and even today with our modern drugs we are usually helpless once a dog has absorbed it. I thumped the tin down on the table. "We've got to make him vomit immediately. I don't want to waste any time going back to the surgery. Have you got any washing soda? If I push a few crystals down, it'll do the trick." "Oh dear." Mrs. Butterworth bit her lip. "We haven't such a thing in the house. Is there anything else we—" "Wait a minute." I looked across the table, past the pieces of cold mutton, the tureen of potatoes, and a jar of pickles. "Is there any mustard in that pot?" "Aye, it's full." Quickly, I grabbed the pot, ran to the tap, and diluted the mustard to the consistency of milk. "Come on," I shouted. "Let's have him outside." I seized the astonished Timmy, whisked him from the rug, shot through the door, and dumped him on the cobbles. Holding his body clamped tightly between my knees and his jaws close together with my left hand, I poured the liquid mustard into the side of his mouth, whence it trickled down to the back of his throat. There was nothing he could do about it. He had swallowed the disgusting stuff, and when about a tablespoon had gone down, I released him. After a single affronted glare at me, the terrier began to retch, then to lurch across the smooth stones. Within seconds he had deposited his stolen meal in a quiet corner. "Do you think that's the lot?" I asked. "That's it," Mrs. Butterworth replied firmly. "I'll fetch a brush and shovel." Timmy, his tail tucked down, slunk back into the house, and I watched him as he took up his favourite position on the hearthrug. He coughed, snorted, pawed at his mouth, but he just couldn't rid himself of that dreadful taste, and increasingly it was obvious that he had me firmly tagged as the cause of all the trouble. As I left, he flashed me a glance which said quite plainly, "You rotten swine." There was something in that look which reminded me of Magnus from the Drovers, but the first sign that Timmy, unlike Magnus, wasn't going to be satisfied with vocal disapproval came within a few days. I was strolling meditatively down Trengate when a white missile issued from Gimber's yard, nipped me on the ankle, and disappeared as silently as he had come. I caught only a glimpse of the little form speeding on its short legs down the passage. I laughed. Fancy his remembering! But it happened again and again, and I realized that the little dog was indeed lying in wait for me. He never actually sank his teeth into me. It was a gesture more than anything, but it seemed to satisfy him to see me jump as he snatched briefly at my calf or trouser leg. I was a sitting bird because I was usually deep in thought as I walked down the street. And when I thought about it, I couldn't blame Timmy. Looking at it from his point of view, he had been sitting by his fireside digesting an unusual meal and minding his own business when a total stranger had pounced on him, hustled him from the comfort of his rug, and poured mustard into him. It was outrageous, and he just wasn't prepared to let the matter rest there. For my part, there was a certain satisfaction in being the object of a vendetta waged by an animal who would have been dead without my services. And unpleasantly dead, because the victims of phosphorus poisoning had to endure long days and sometimes weeks of jaundice, misery, and creeping debility before the inevitable end. So I suffered the attacks with good grace. But when I remembered, I crossed to the other side of the street to avoid the hazard of Gimber's yard. And from there, I could often see the little white dog peeping round the corner, waiting for the moment when he would make me pay for that indignity. Timmy, I knew, was one who would never forget.
Chapter 47.
I suppose there was a wry humour in the fact that my call-up papers arrived on my birthday, but I didn't see the joke at the time. The event is preserved in my memory in a picture which is as clear to me today as when I walked into our dining room that morning. Helen perched away up on a high stool at the end of the table, very still, eyes downcast. By the side of my plate, my birthday present, a tin of Dobie's blue square tobacco, and next to it, a long envelope. I didn't have to ask what it contained. I had been expecting it for some time, but it still gave me a jolt to find that I had only a week before presenting myself at Lord's Cricket Ground, St John's Wood, London. And that week went by at frightening speed as I made my final plans, tidying up the loose ends in the practice, getting my Ministry of Agriculture forms sent off, arranging for our few possessions to be taken to Helen's old home, where she would stay while I was away. Having decided that I would finish work at tea time on Friday, I had a call from old Arnold Summergill at about 3 o'clock that afternoon. And I knew that that would be my last job, because it was always an expedition rather than a visit to his small holding, which clung to a bracken-strewn slope in the depths of the hills. I didn't speak directly to Arnold, but to Miss Thompson, the postmistress in Hainby village. "Mr. Summergill wants you to come and see his dog," she said over the phone. "What's the trouble?" I asked. I heard a muttered consultation at the far end. "He says its leg's gone funny." "Funny? What do you mean, funny?" Again the quick babble of voices. "He says it's kind of sticking out." "All right," I said. "I'll be along very soon." It was no good asking for the dog to be brought in. Arnold had never owned a car, nor had he ever spoken on a telephone. All our conversations had been carried on through the medium of Miss Thompson. Arnold would mount his rusty bicycle, pedal to Hainby, and tell his troubles to the postmistress. And the symptoms. They were typically vague, and I didn't suppose there would be anything either funny or sticking out about the leg when I saw it. Anyway, I thought as I drove out of Darrowby, I wouldn't mind having a last look at Benjamin. It was a fanciful name for a small farmer's dog, and I never really found out how he had acquired it. But after all, he was an unlikely breed for such a setting, a massive old English sheepdog, who would have looked more in place decorating the lawns of a stately home than following his master around Arnold's stony pastures. He was a classical example of the walking hearthrug, and it took a second look to decide which end of him was which. But when you did manage to locate his head, you found two of the most benevolent eyes imaginable, glinting through the thick fringe of hair. Benjamin was, in fact, too friendly at times, especially in winter when he had been strolling in the farmyard mud and showed his delight at my arrival by planting his huge feet on my chest. He did the same thing to my car, too, usually just after I had washed it, smearing clay lavishly over the windows and bodywork while exchanging pleasantries with Sam inside. When Benjamin made a mess of anything, he did it right. But I had to interrupt my musings when I reached the last stage of my journey. And as I hung onto the kicking, jerking wheel and listened to the creaking and groaning of springs and shock absorbers, the thought forced its way into my mind, as it always did around here, that it cost us money to come to Mr. Somergill's farm. There could be no profit from the visit because this vicious track must knock at least £5 off the value of the car on every trip. Since Arnold did not have a car himself, he saw no reason why he should interfere with the primeval state of his road. It was simply a 6-foot strip of earth and rock, and it wound and twisted for an awful long way. The trouble was that to get to the farm you had to descend into a deep valley before climbing through a wood towards the house. I think going down was worse because the vehicle hovered agonizingly on the top of each ridge before plunging into the yawning ruts beyond, and each time, listening to the unyielding stone grating on sump and exhaust, I tried to stop myself working out the damage in pounds, shillings, and pence. And when at last, mouth gaping, eyes popping, tires sending the sharp pebbles flying, I ground my way upwards in bottom gear over the last few yards leading to the house, I was surprised to see Arnold waiting for me there alone. It was unusual to see him without Benjamin. He must have read my questioning look because he jerked his thumb over his shoulder. "He's in t'house," he grunted, and his eyes were anxious. I got out of the car and looked at him for a moment as he stood there in a typical attitude, wide shoulders back, head high. I have called him old, and indeed he was over 70, but the features beneath the woolen tammy, which he always wore pulled down over his ears, were clean and regular, and the tall figure lean and straight. He was a fine-looking man, and must have been handsome in his youth, yet he had never married. I often felt there was a story there, but he seemed content to live there alone, a bit of an hermit, as they said in the village. Alone, that is, except for Benjamin. As I followed him into the kitchen, he casually shooed out a couple of hens who had been perching on a dusty dresser. Then I saw Benjamin and pulled up with a jerk. The big dog was sitting quite motionless by the side of the table, and this time the eyes behind the overhanging hair were big and liquid with fright. He appeared to be too terrified to move, and when I saw his left foreleg, I couldn't blame him. Arnold had been right after all. It was indeed sticking out with a vengeance, at an angle which made my heart give a quick double thud. A complete lateral dislocation of the elbow, the radius projecting away out from the humerus at an almost impossible obliquity. I swallowed carefully. "When did this happen, Mr. Somergill?" "Just an hour since." He tugged worriedly at his strange headgear. "I was changing the cows into another field, and old Benjamin likes to have a nip at their heels when he's behind them. Well, he did it once hour often, and one of them lashed out and got him in the leg." I see. My mind was racing. This thing was grotesque. I had never seen anything like it. In fact, 30 years later, I still hadn't seen anything like it. How on earth was I going to reduce the thing away up here in the hills? By the look of it, I would need general anaesthesia and a skilled assistant. "Poor old lad," I said, resting my hand on the shaggy head as I tried to think. "What are we going to do with you?" The tail whisked along the flags in reply, and the mouth opened in a nervous panting, giving a glimpse of flawlessly white teeth. Arnold cleared his throat. "Can you put him right?" Well, it was a good question. An airy answer might give the wrong impression, yet I didn't want to worry him with my doubts. It would be a mammoth task to get the enormous dog down to Darrowby. He nearly filled the kitchen, never mind my little car. And with that leg sticking out, and with Sam already in residence. And would I be able to get the joint back in place when I got there? And even if I did manage it, I would still have to bring him all the way back up here. It would just about take care of the rest of the day. Gently I passed my fingers over the dislocated joint and searched my memory for details of the anatomy of the elbow. For the leg to be in this position, the processus anconeus must have been completely disengaged from the supracondyloid fossa where it normally lay, and to get it back, the joint would have to be flexed until the anconeus was clear of the epicondyles. Now, let's see, I murmured to myself. If I had this dog anaesthetized and on the table, I would have to get hold of him like this. I grasped the leg just above the elbow and began to move the radius slowly upwards. Benjamin gave me a quick glance, then turned his head away, a gesture typical of good-natured dogs, conveying the message that he was going to put up with whatever I thought it was necessary to do. I flexed the joint still further until I was sure the anconeus was clear, then carefully rotated the radius and ulna inwards. Yes, I muttered again, this must be about the right position. But my soliloquy was interrupted by a sudden movement of the bones under my hand, a springing, flicking sensation. I looked incredulously at the leg. It was perfectly straight. Benjamin, too, seemed to be unable to take it in right away, because he peered cautiously round through his shaggy curtain before lowering his nose and sniffing around the elbow. Then he seemed to realize all was well and ambled over to his master. And he was perfectly sound, not a trace of a limp. A slow smile spread over Arnold's face. "You've mended him, then?" "Looks like it, Mr. Somergill." I tried to keep my voice casual, but I felt like cheering or bursting into hysterical laughter. I had only been making an examination, feeling things out a little, and the joint had popped back into place. A glorious accident. "Aye, well, that's grand," the farmer said. "Isn't it, our lad?" He bent and tickled Benjamin's ear. I could have been disappointed by his laconic reception of my performance, but I realized it was a compliment to me, that he wasn't surprised that I, James Herriot, his vet, should effortlessly produce a miracle when it was required. A theatre full of cheering students would have rounded off the incident. Or it would have been nice to do this kind of thing to some millionaire's animal in a crowded drawing-room, but it never happened that way. I looked around the kitchen, at the cluttered table, the pile of unwashed crockery in the sink, a couple of Arnold's ragged shirts drying before the fire, and I smiled to myself. This was the sort of setting in which I usually pulled off my spectacular cures. The only spectators here, apart from Arnold, were the two hens who had made their way back onto the dresser, and they didn't seem particularly impressed. "Well, I'll be getting back down the hill," I said, and Arnold walked with me across the yard to the car. "I hear you're off to join up," he said as I put my hand on the door. "Yes, I'm away tomorrow, Mr. Somergill." "Tomorrow, eh?" He raised his eyebrows. "Yes, to London. Ever been there?" Nay, be damned." The woolen cap quivered as he shook his head. "That'd be no good to me." I laughed. "Why do you say that?" "Well, now, I'll tell you." He scratched his chin ruminatively. "I know but once went to Broughton, and that was enough. I couldn't walk on street." "Couldn't walk?" "Nay. There were that many people about. I had to take big steps and little uns, then big steps and little uns again. Couldn't get going." I had often seen Arnold stalking over his fields with the long, even stride of the hillman, with nothing in his way, and I knew exactly what he meant. Big steps and little uns. That put it perfectly. I started the engine and waved, and as I moved away, the old man raised a hand. "Take care, lad," he murmured. I spotted Benjamin's nose just peeping round the kitchen door. At any other time he would have been out with his master to see me off the premises, but it had been a strange day for him, culminating with my descending on him and mauling his leg about. He wasn't taking any more chances. I drove gingerly down through the wood, and before starting up the track on the other side, I stopped the car and got out, with Sam leaping eagerly after me. This was a little lost valley in the hills, a green cleft cut off from the wild country above. One of the bonuses in a country vet's life is that he sees these hidden places. Apart from old Arnold, nobody ever came down here, not even the postman, who left the infrequent mail in a box at the top of the track. And nobody saw the blazing scarlets and golds of the autumn trees, nor heard the busy clucking and murmuring of the beck among its clean-washed stones. I walked along the water's edge, watching the little fish darting and flitting in the cool depths. In the spring these banks were bright with primroses, and in May a great sea of bluebells flowed among the trees. But today, though, the sky was an untroubled blue, and the clean air was touched with the sweetness of the dying year. I climbed a little way up the hillside and sat down among the bracken, now fast turning to bronze. Sam, as was his way, flopped by my side, and I ran a hand over the silky hair of his ears. The far side of the valley rose steeply to where, above the gleaming ridge of limestone cliffs, I could just see the sunlit rim of the moor. I looked back to where the farm chimney sent a thin tendril of smoke from behind the brow of the hill, and it seemed that the episode with Benjamin, my last job in veterinary practice before I left Darrowby, was a fitting epilogue. A little triumph, intensely satisfying but by no means world-shaking, like all the other little triumphs and disasters which make up a veterinary surgeon's life, but go unnoticed by the world. Last night, after Helen had packed my bag, I had pushed Black's veterinary dictionary in among the shirts and socks. It was a bulky volume, but I had been gripped momentarily by the fear that I might forget the things I had learnt, and conceived on an impulse the scheme of reading a page or two each day to keep my memory fresh. And here, among the bracken, the thought came back to me that it was the greatest good fortune not only to be fascinated by animals, but to know about them. Suddenly the knowing became a precious thing. I went back and opened the car door. Sam jumped onto the seat, and before I got in, I looked away down in the other direction from the house to the valley's mouth, where the hills parted to give a glimpse of the plain below. And the endless wash of pale tints, the gold of the stubble, the dark smudges of wood, the mottled greens of the pasture land were like a perfect watercolour. I found myself staring greedily, as if for the first time, at the scene which had so often lifted my heart, the great, wide, clean-blown face of Yorkshire. I would come back to it all, I thought as I drove away. Back to my work. How was it that book had described it? My hard, honest and fine profession. But tomorrow I would be far from here, in London, pushing my way through the crowds, taking big steps and little uns. Chapter 48. I had to catch the early train, and Bob Cooper was at the door with his ancient taxi before 8 o'clock next morning. Sam followed me across the room expectantly as he always did, but I closed the door gently against his puzzled face. Clattering down the long flights of stairs, I caught a glimpse through the landing window of the garden, with the sunshine beginning to pierce the autumn mist, turning the dewy grass into a glittering coverlet, glinting on the bright colours of the apples and the last roses. In the passage I paused at the side door where I had started my day's work so many times since coming to Darrowby, but then I hurried past. This was one time I went out the front. Bob pushed open the taxi door, and I threw my bag in before looking up over the ivy-covered brick of the old house to our little room under the tiles. Helen was in the window. She was crying. When she saw me, she waved gaily and smiled, but it was a twisted smile as the tears flowed. And as we drove round the corner and I swallowed the biggest ever lump in my throat, a fierce resolve welled in me. Men all over the country were leaving their wives, and I had to leave Helen now. But nothing would ever get me away from her again. The shops were still closed and nothing stirred in the marketplace. As we left, I turned and looked back at the cobbled square with
audiobooks. We do our best to regularly upload quality books with clear narrations. Please subscribe to our channel and click the notification bell icon so we can bring you more great books. Thank you very much, and we hope you enjoyed listening to your audiobook.